I just see your email, your phone number, Cassie. So I wasn't sure who it was.
Yeah, I've been in the waiting room for like 30 minutes.
Yes. So, but the thing is that your phone number just popped up, and I was admitting all the members one by one. And as soon as they, yeah, and by order. So can you hear? Will you be joining us, Cassie, by phone only, or do you want?
No, I've been on the computer and I decided to call in because I've been in the waiting room for 30 minutes.
Is that you as Fresno Irrigation District Conference
Uh-huh.
Room? Okay.
Yep, that's me.
Okay, I wasn't sure about this because it's not your name. I don't know who is that, so that's why I haven't been admitting the members who is there. Okay, now you're joining with
Thank
you.
you.
Perfect.
All
Can you
right.
please
I'm gonna
rename
hang up on
yourself?
the phone.
Okay, and can you please rename yourself?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I think that Marina, and I know that it's 10:05, so we should be starting the meeting. Just to let you know that we have just an issue with Tonya. Tonya is around, but I don't know. Yeah, we will be contacting her. And if you don't mind, just really quick, I'd like to take a screenshot of all the members here. So if you can please all activate your camera so I can take a good picture of all of us. And we will be admitting Tonya in a second, whenever it's working. So I have to, I will put my screen here. I have most of you. Don't be shy, Rami, Liana, Sergio. I will take a quick picture and then we will start the meeting.
Hey,
So,
Caroline, some of us can't turn on our cameras because it says the host has stopped it. Yeah, so I'm
oh,
unable to. Okay,
okay.
there I
Now you
am.
can? Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Perfect. So you have very nice smiles. Thank you for your patience with this. We are doing this. 1, 2, 3. We are happy to be here. Yay! I'm taking a picture. Thank you for this. And I will let the floor to Marina. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Caroline and team for being here. It's exciting to start this meeting. So before we get going, I'd like to offer this time for our interpreter to give us some really quick information on language interpretation through Zoom. Aldo?
Thank you, Marina. You're so kind. Appreciate it. Good morning, everybody. This meeting will be offered in English and Spanish. My name is Aldo Renteria. Along with my colleague, Mark Gutierrez, we will be providing interpreting services. I will repeat these instructions in English and Spanish. Muy buenos días a todos ustedes. Gracias por estar presentes. Esta reunión se realizará en inglés y en español. Me llamo Aldo Rentería y junto con mi colega Mark estaremos ofreciendo interpretación. Así que para esta reunión se ofrece interpretación. Si van a ver en la parte inferior de su pantalla en un momento, van a ver un icono en forma de un mundo. Cuando lo vea, presione en ese icono y aparecerá interpretación. Después seleccione español o aparecerá como Spanish. De ahí podrá escuchar todo el programa en español. Si tiene algún problema técnico, favor de escribirlo en el chat o alce su mano y con mucho gusto los apoyaremos. Hello, everybody. This meeting will be provided in English and in Spanish, as mentioned previously. To listen to the comments in a different language other than English, you will see at the bottom of your screen a globe in shape of an icon. Please go ahead and click on that and you will see English and Spanish. Please select English and you will be hearing this meeting with other comments with live interpretation if needed. If you have any questions, please feel free to raise your hand or type it in the chat and we'll be more than happy to assist you with that. Thank you for being here and have a great meeting. Marina, you may continue. Back to you.
Gracias, Aldo. Thank you so much. Okay, folks, good morning and welcome. My name is Marina Perez. I'm with the Office of Public Participation. Thank you for joining us for the second SAFER Advisory Group meeting of 2023. We have a lot of great information to share with you, and we're looking forward to hearing your feedback. Oops. A few ways to participate. This meeting is being webcast publicly in both English and Spanish. at video.calipa.ca.gov. This meeting is being recorded and will be posted on our website. For those of you watching the website, there are 2 webcasts, one in English and one in Spanish, again at video.calipa.ca.gov. If you have questions, if you have comments you would like to share with us, please email them to safer@waterboards.ca.gov. Let us know if you would like us to read your comment, or if you prefer, you can read your own comment. If you prefer to read your comment, we can provide instructions to join the meeting. The mission of the water boards is to preserve, enhance, and restore California's water resources for the benefit of present and future generations. We start this meeting by acknowledging the groups who have experienced economic, environmental, and social disadvantages as a result of historical marginalization, racism, and injustice. The Safe and Affordable Funding for Equity and Resilience Drinking Water Program, known as the SAFER program, was created to bring environmental justice to California. As a reminder, our work today should strengthen the empowerment of Indigenous and community voices as we work together to provide safe and affordable water to all Californians. I'd like to begin our meeting with a few meeting expectations or guidelines. I want to begin our meeting with the purpose of the SAFER advisory group meeting. Sorry, I missed my slide. Sorry. First of all, the purpose of the SAFER advisory group is that the SAFER advisory group is a consultative body that advises State Water Board on the SAFER program. The advisory group is not authorized to approve documents, make policy decisions, or evaluate individual applications for funding. In our discussions today, we do not have to come to a consensus or agreement. However, we value and welcome your perspectives. Water Board staff will capture your feedback. We will share your feedback with our board to take into consideration during decision making. In addition, we will provide today's meeting notes to the advisory group members within a few weeks for their review. To ensure we have ample time to share information and hear your feedback, I'd like to share some meeting expectations or guidelines for us to follow. We ask that you please mute yourself when you're not speaking. This is to avoid any background noise and interruptions. Also, please join by video. We want to see we'd like to see your face, and remember to have an appropriate background as we are being live streamed. Also, please take breaks as you need them. We do meet for a couple of hours, so if you need to take a break, by all means, please do so. As mentioned earlier, we are offering this meeting in English and Spanish. Again, to see the presentation in English, click on the view options and select English PowerPoint. To see the presentation in Spanish, click view options and select PowerPoint Español. Also, we have 2 interpreters providing simultaneous interpretation in Spanish. You've heard from Aldo Renteria at the beginning of the meeting. We also have Mark Gutierrez. In an effort for them to be able to capture the comments that are being made and the feedback, we ask that you remember to please speak slowly when you're making comments or making questions, so that both Aldo and Mark are able to capture that information and interpret it appropriately. Also, if a presenter or an advisory group member is speaking too fast, we will ask you to slow down or pause so the interpreter can accurately capture your question or your comments. When making a question or a comment, please use the raised hand feature. We will be looking at the raised hand feature and taking the comments according to the order of the raised hands received. Also, please keep it short and to the point, as this allows us to hear more perspectives, and it allows us to capture your feedback clearly. And lastly, please have your meeting materials packet on hand. Materials were provided to you a few days ago. Please have them handy. We will be referring to them throughout the course of the day. All right. Let's move on to our agenda. Today's agenda includes a presentation and a discussion where we will be obtaining your feedback on the 2023 needs assessment results, the draft funding process for operations and maintenance, the draft priorities for the fund expenditure plan. We will also be obtaining your feedback on the SAFER website revamp. There will also be an opportunity for advisory group member announcements and for public comments before adjourning the meeting. Okay, so let's kick this off. We're going to start with introductions and a warmer. Again, my name is Marina Perez. I'm a program manager with the Office of Public Participation, and I'd like to use this time to introduce ourselves and get warmed up with a round of about 20-second introductions. Our warmer today is, what's your favorite morning drink? So I will start and kind of use it as an example for y'all to follow. As a quick reminder, if you haven't turned on your camera, please turn your camera on, and also unmute yourself when speaking, and remember to mute yourself when you stop speaking. Also, to keep things rolling, we ask that you keep your introductions brief, so no more than 20 seconds. When I call your name, please turn on your microphone, share your name, your affiliation, your location, and your favorite morning drink. So, okay, I'll go first. My name is Marina. I'm with the State Water Board's Office of Public Participation. I'm based in Sacramento, and my favorite morning drink is coffee. And I've had 3 cups, so I'm trying to slow down so I don't trip up the interpreters. So with that being said, I'll go ahead and start calling on the advisory group members. We're going to go in alphabetical order, and so the first letter, of course, is C. So guess who that is? That's Castulo. So Castulo, I'll start off with you, and then I'll just go down the list in alphabetical order. So I'm going to popcorn over to you, Castulo.
Hi, thank you. Good morning. My name is Castulo Estrada. I'm with the Coachella Valley Water District and also with the city of Coachella. I am calling from my office here in the city of Coachella, and my favorite morning drink, I like. Sometimes I like coffee. Sometimes I like a green juice. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Castulo. Next up is Chelsea.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chelsea Tu, and I'm the executive director of Monterey Waterkeeper, and so I'm based in the Monterey area. My favorite morning drink is basically anything that has foamy milk. So I think it often comes with coffee, but like if there's foamy milk on top of tea or just something warm, that's perfect.
That sounds delicious. All right. Thank you, Chelsea. Let's move on to Dawn James. Dawn. Okay. Looks like Dawn's not available right now. So let's move on to Eric.
Thanks, Marina. Hi, everyone. Eric Oriana. I'm a senior policy advocate with Community Water Center. I'm based out of our Sacramento office, and recently I've been drinking a lot of coffee, but my all-time favorite drink is hot chocolate.
Oh, yum. Okay, that sounds really good. Awesome, Eric. Thank you. Up next is Esther.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Esther Espinosa, yo soy de la comunidad de Riverdale, California, y mi bebida favorita en la mañana es el café. Gracias.
Gracias, Esther. Next up, we're going to call on Ethel.
Hi, I'm Ethel Winchell, and I am with Lake Francis Mutual Water Company, and I am based in Dobbins, California. And my favorite morning drink is either a warm bone broth or coffee.
Ooh, okay, that's a good way to go. All right, thank you so much, Ethel. All right, next up, let's hear from Eva.
Hi, everyone. My name is Eva Dominguez. I'm with Self Help Enterprises, and I'm currently in Dinuba in Tulare County. My favorite morning drink is coffee or sometimes juice.
Sounds good. Thank you, Eva. What kind of juice? Just curious.
Orange juice.
Orange juice.
Yeah.
All right. Caffeine or sugar? Well, anything to get you going. Cool. Thank you. All right. Next up is Ileana.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I'm Ileana Miranda. I am the general manager in San Gerardo Cooperative, and we're in Salinas, California. I'm calling today from my office here. And my favorite morning drink is coffee, but specifically the white chocolate mocha from Starbucks. That's my all-time favorite.
Yummy. Oh, great. Thanks so much, Ileana. All right, moving along. Let's go with Isabel.
Hola, buenos días.
Hola.
Mi nombre es Isabel Solorio y soy residente de La Nare. Estoy conectada desde mi hogar en La Nare, California. Y mis bebidas favoritas por la mañana serían jugos naturales en el tiempo del calor, batidos también frescos y en tiempo de frío, pues claro, las avenas y los cafés. Gracias.
Ay, muy saludable, very healthy. Gracias, señora Isabel.
Sí.
All right, let's move on with to James. Jim, are you available?
Yeah, hi.
Hi.
Yeah, my name is Jim Sullivan, and I'm affiliated with private well owners across the state, so representing that kind of sector. And I'm located in the town of Mendocino in Northern California. And favorite drink, of course, is coffee. And I'm actually on my 4th cup. So Maria, I'm going to have to chill out a little bit.
Cheers.
Yep. Thanks.
All right. Great. Thank you, Jim. All right. Next up is Jennifer.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jennifer Hazard with the Rural Community Assistance Corporation, and we're headquartered in West Sacramento. And I cannot start my day without coffee. It's impossible. And my favorite brand is Peet's. I always get Peet's.
Nice. All right. Good. Good choice. Thanks, Jennifer. All right. We'll move on to Cassie.
Hi, good morning. I'm Cassie Chahan. I'm with the North Kings Groundwater Sustainability Agency in Fresno Irrigation District, presenting here from my office today in Fresno, California. And I am all about the Sonic iced tea. That's my go-to drink all day, every day.
Oh, wow. Sounds great. Thanks, Cassie. All right. We're getting some energized people here. Nice. Okay. Let's go ahead and go to Kristen.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kristen Dobbin. I'm an assistant professor of cooperative extension at UC Berkeley. I'm calling in today from my home in Sacramento, and I am on the coffee train with everyone else. I've only had 2 cups, and I probably could use some more, so I'll get on that.
Thanks, Kristen. Yeah, I've got to slow down. I got to drink some more water. Okay, Kristen, let's go ahead and move on to Mr. Michael Prado Sr.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Michael Prado Sr., and I'm with Sultana Community Services District and also the Agua Coalition. And my location is in Sultana, California. It's a central San Joaquin Valley. And my favorite drink is a margarita.
Sounds good. Okay, thank you, Mr. Prado. All right, let's move on to Rami.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Rami Kalon here with California Water Service. I'm based in San Francisco. Every morning I start my day with a cup of chai, which is black tea with milk in it. Thank you.
Yeah, that sounds great. Another healthy option there. Cool. All right. Thank you, Rami. We're going to move on to Rob.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We can see you too. Thank you so much for sharing your camera.
Good morning. Rob Burrows here. My affiliation is 2 private wells for public use, one in Tehama County and one in Shasta County. Currently in Cottonwood in my home, and this is my 3rd cup of coffee.
Okay. All right. So your favorite drink is coffee then?
My kickstart, yes.
Hands down. All right. Okay, wonderful. Next, looks like the next person on is Sergio Carranza.
Good morning, everyone. Sergio Carranza with Pueblo Unido CDC. I'm based in the city of La Quinta, Coachella Valley. And of course, my favorite morning drink is coffee.
All right. Big coffee club here. Thank you, Sergio. All right. And I think we're going to finish up with Tonya. Do we have Tonya on? Are we able to connect with her? Okay. All right. Okay. So it looks like we're going to go ahead and move on. Hopefully we can get Tonya connected. Okay. Very cool. So with this, I would like to go ahead and thank everybody for learning how you start your mornings. We all start them differently, but I'm just, again, really grateful that we're all here today, energized and ready to go. And I'd like to go ahead and now introduce Kristen Appold from the Division of Drinking Water. Kristen will give us an overview of the needs assessment results. In preparation for this discussion, we ask that you turn to your meeting materials packet and refer to page 2. Once the discussion is complete, the speakers will respond to any clarifying questions on their presentation. With that, I'd like to welcome Kristen.
Thank you and good morning. Next slide, please. There we go. I'm excited to be talking with many of you again. We finally have released our 2023 Drinking Water Needs Assessment. I'm going to walk you through kind of why do we do this needs assessment and then what were the results this year. This really all stems out of, previous slide, please. This really stems from, SB 200 when the SAFER program was established and the funding provided to the State Water Board. In the legislation, it requires that the fund expenditure plans of how we prioritize our dollars are based off of something called the needs assessment. So next slide, please. Our needs assessment is this big data analysis. We want to be a data-driven program. And it's really meant to be used by you all, the SAFER Advisory Group, and the Water Board to help identify where we should be targeting our dollars and our technical assistance underneath the SAFER program. We know that there's a tremendous amount of need that's out there and our dollars and our people power is limited. So we want to make sure that we're targeting our community engagement, our outreach efforts to those that need it most. And all of this obviously is to help advance and achieve the human right to water. Next slide, please. So the needs assessment is composed of 4 core components to help us with that prioritization work and to hopefully provide you all with enough information to provide us really good, meaningful feedback on where we should be focusing our efforts. So the needs assessment helps us identify our failing water systems. These are those that are failing to meet the criteria that we've developed to identify failing systems. So usually it's primary and secondary MCL violations, multiple monitoring reporting violations where we do not know what the water quality is for those systems, and treatment technique violations, E. coli violations. So these are pretty big issues that we're identifying for our failing water systems. After that, though, we want to figure out, well, where are those systems that are at risk of failing? We want to be more proactive in addressing those needs and issues before that water system fails and gets on the failing list. So we have a risk assessment for public water systems, but we also do a risk assessment for state smalls and domestic well communities as well. We then do a cost estimate to try to put a price tag on how much it may cost to implement interim and long-term solutions for these failing and at-risk systems. That kind of gives us a sense of, how big is the problem that we're measuring here and how far do we think our limited resources are going to go? Should help again with some of those conversations around how we prioritize our activities under the SAFER program. And then lastly, we do an affordability assessment, trying to assess, who can really shoulder the costs of all of these identified improvements in order to achieve the human right to water. Affordability, as many of you know, is a really challenging thing to address. And it's important for us to keep that in mind as we are looking at our program and the things that we're trying to advance. Next slide, please. So again, just to reiterate, this is really helping us prioritize which water systems and communities we want to be focusing in on, and always at the top. I can't emphasize this enough. Our failing water systems are always going to be, our top priority communities, followed by our at-risk and then not at-risk communities. Next slide, please. So let's talk a little bit about our failing water systems. Next slide. I just checked the number today. It's actually closer to 400. Our failing water systems are across the state. We've been tracking them since 2017, and the failing list of water systems is on our website in the SAFER dashboard, and that's updated daily. So if you're interested in learning more about those failing water systems and what got them on the list, go check out our dashboard, and you can click on any one of those and you'll see what the criteria is that they're meeting. Next slide, please. But this is our big challenge. We've been tracking failing systems since 2017. We did expand the failing criteria, or what it means to fail, back in 2021. So we saw a bump in the number of systems on the list. But those squiggly lines at the bottom are systems coming on and off. But that big gray bar in the background are the number of systems that are on the list. And you can see that it's always been kind of high. That means we've had a lot of water systems sitting on the failing list for a long time. And really what that means is that it takes a long time to implement long-term solutions for communities. But we want to see if we can start addressing this. We want to keep systems off the list so they're not sitting on it if they get on here. Again, trying to be more proactive. If you want to learn more about the water systems that have been failing and trying to understand some of the drivers of that, it is documented in the 2023 needs assessment that we published a month ago. Next slide, please. The SAFER program has been reaching out and engaging with the failing water systems for a number of years now, and approximately 90% of those failing water systems are progressing towards a long-term solution. I think that's really important to point out. Like I said, we have water systems that are on the list for a long period of time, but that doesn't mean they're not working towards a solution. It just means that it can take a long time for solutions to be implemented. Links here for our financial assistance and technical assistance. Next slide, please. Okay. So how do we identify systems before they fail? This is where we're really trying to be more proactive. And this is the purpose of our risk assessment. Next slide. Just to reiterate, our second tier priority, water systems and communities. Next slide, please. One of our challenges sometimes is communicating which water systems we assess for failing versus at risk versus other what we call safer statuses. Our failing water system list, we look at all size community water systems across the state and K through 12 schools. But for the risk assessment, it's a smaller group of water systems that we're looking at. We're only looking at medium and small size water systems. The large ones are excluded. And we are including K through 12 schools, and we exclude wholesalers from this analysis. So that can be sometimes difficult when you're looking at the numbers. You might see things kind of shift around, and it's because we're looking at different groups of water systems for our different components of our work. Next slide, please. So these are the different risk indicators or metrics that we use to assess water systems for risk of failure. They kind of fall in these four categories: water quality, accessibility, affordability, and technical, managerial, financial capacity. We made a lot of changes to the indicators that we used in the 2022 report. So this year, we really wanted to try to keep it as unchanged as possible so we can really track water system performance over time. We did have to make some changes to the affordability category because the data that we had used there in the 2022 report was no longer available. It was the debt data that we collected when we had an arrearage program, a debt program here at the Water Board, but we don't collect that data on an ongoing basis. But we did develop a new indicator called household socioeconomic burden to include in our analysis, and I can talk about that a little bit later. Next slide, please. So let's look at the results. We're starting to look at these over time, even though we have seen some changes in the metrics we use. You can see that this year, we do have a little bit more failing water systems, again, because they kind of get on the list and stay there. Our at-risk systems, we're seeing a little bit of a bump from last year, just under 100, and then potentially at risk around the same, and not at risk, just a little different. You can see that comparing from 2021, which was our first assessment, there were a lot more water systems that we started to include in 2022 because we added medium-sized systems for our analysis. So that's why you'll see that difference in that not assessed column. But we're seeing, kind of consistent numbers. The bump in the at-risk number is really driven by a few things, and we do document that in the paper. And it's mostly because of that the affordability category changes. For the first time ever, we've been able to measure affordability challenges for water systems that don't charge directly for water. So like mobile home parks, for example, we had over 600 water systems we couldn't measure affordability for until this year. And so now that they're included, that kind of bumped a few more up in the at-risk category. Next slide, please. So who's being served by our failing and at-risk water systems? As you can see here, it's a very small percentage of the state. Again, because we exclude large water systems from the risk assessment, a lot of them, most of the population served isn't really covered here in our risk assessment. But the vast majority are served by not at-risk water systems. It's 2% for failing and 3% for at-risk. Okay, next slide, please. This is the dashboard I mentioned earlier where you can find the list of the currently failing water systems. Again, it's updated daily, but you can also explore the results of the risk assessment here. The left-hand side is kind of the view that you see when you go to the dashboard for the first time. You can use the filters on the left-hand side of the screen to filter down what you're seeing on the map and across the rest of the dashboard. You can also type in the name of a drinking water system or a county or some location, and it will in the map field, and it's going to filter by that. If you click on any of those dot locations in the map for where a water system is, it's going to open the page on the right-hand side that you see, which is what I call the water system profile page. So you'll see a map of its service area. You're going to see some of its demographic data, kind of population, number of service connections, whether or not that system is disadvantaged or not, median household income. You'll see how much funding and technical assistance that water system has received from the State Water Board since 2017. And you'll see how it's performing in the risk assessment for all of those different metrics that I described earlier. You can, if the water system is failing, so if it's a red dot, you'll be able to click on the bottom to see which failing criteria that water system has been failing for and for which contaminants it's failing for as well. If you click on anything on the screen, it should open up a definition page. So if you're not quite sure what you're looking at or what it's saying, click on it and it should open up something to help you better understand what it is that we're trying to communicate here. All right, next slide, please. Okay, so I just discussed the results of the risk assessment for public water systems. Now let's look at our analysis of state small water systems and domestic wells. Next slide, please. So this analysis is a lot different than what we do for public water systems because we don't have a whole lot of individual location data for state smalls and domestic wells. The State Water Board does not regulate these systems. They are regulated by the counties. So what we do is we use statewide data from different data sets to try to assess risk for these communities. We worked really hard this past year to expand our assessment of state smalls and domestic wells to better align with what we do for public water systems. When we first did this analysis, we only looked at water quality risk. Last year, we implemented a new category of water shortage. And then this past year, we've now introduced a new layer of risk, socioeconomic risk, which I'm going to talk about right now. Next slide, please. So socioeconomic risk, it's kind of a wonky term, but we're trying to look at some of the drivers that may prohibit state small water systems and domestic wells from being able to access resources or funding or help to address water quality or water shortage needs. And so we did a lot of research looking at what was available at the county level, since it's counties that regulate these systems. We looked at what counties do for water quality testing. We look at the type of levels of service that they provide. For example, do they have a website that has information on where you could get water quality testing done for your domestic well, or whether or not they have funding programs available to help someone who may need to replace their well. We looked at well costs. So what's the permitting costs for replacing or deepening your well in your county? And we also looked at the number of drillers per county to see, okay, if you were to try to replace or drill your well, a new well, what's that competition like? Do you have access to drillers? You know, we've heard wait times up to 3+ years for some communities, which can again really prohibit access to safe drinking water. We also use census data looking at poverty and housing burden costs, linguistic isolation, unemployment, and transportation limitations, which can all pose as barriers for accessing resources and technical assistance to help address local needs. Next slide, please. So what was the result of our analysis and incorporating this new data while we're also looking at water quality risk and water shortage risk? We found that 20% of our state small water systems are at risk and 48% potentially at risk. And for domestic wells is around 28% at risk and potentially at risk of 36%. I will caveat this by saying that, you know, the domestic well data set that we have, we know is very incomplete. We only started tracking domestic wells statewide a number of years ago, and we think we're undercounting, you know, by hundreds of thousands. I mean, some estimates go up to 700,000 or more, and we only have about 300,000 known domestic wells. So I always say, you know, keep this number in the back of your mind, that this is probably, you know, the percentages are probably more right, but the numbers are probably a lot higher. Next slide, please. We did just release this this year, and we're very excited about it, a new dashboard to explore the results of the risk assessment for state smalls and domestic wells. It does have some filters on the left-hand side so that you can zoom in and around our map. One of the cool things that I like about it is that what we've done is taken the risk assessment results, which is the colors, essentially. Red is really bad, you know, the lighter colors are less bad. And we've made them circles on the map, and the size of the circle represents the density of known wells or state smalls in that location. So now it can help us identify clusters of at-risk state smalls or domestic wells, which can really help our outreach efforts, and also for other programs across the state, you know, identifying areas that may need more assistance. One of the other neat features that we've added to this dashboard is the distance from that domestic well or state small to a nearby community water system. So you can use the filter on the left-hand side to find state smalls and domestic wells that are even within the boundary of an existing community water system, which again is really helpful for consolidation purposes, etc., where we're trying to get those communities access to safe drinking water. Connection to a nearby water system may be the most efficient and sustainable long-term option. So feel free to toggle around. We're looking for feedback on our dashboard. So if there's something that you think is missing or could be conveyed better or you'd like added, just let us know. Next slide, please. And this is just a summary of that distance filter that I just mentioned, which we thought was pretty interesting. there are 33% of our at-risk state small water systems within the boundaries of existing community water systems. So that's a pretty high percentage, and 18% domestic wells. And then you can see as you go further away from a water system, you get other percentages. So 40% is less than a mile, and then further out, 11% for our state small. Next slide, please. I'm going to give you a brief update on our cost assessment. Next slide. So this year we did not conduct a cost assessment, the big price tag analysis, and that's because we're in the process of rebuilding our cost model. We did a big cost assessment back in 2021, and that's published on our website if you're interested in the numbers. And then last year, we did a really targeted drought infrastructure cost assessment. But we really want to make a lot of enhancements for how we do this work. So we are rebuilding the model to incorporate a lot of what was in the 2021 model and include the drought infrastructure cost assessment assumptions in that model. And so we're excited about where this is going. So you'll see a new cost assessment in the 2024 needs assessment report, which will be published next year. Next slide, please. We are going to be hosting a series of workshops this year to seek public feedback and recommendations on the new cost assessment model that we're developing. The first workshop that we're going to be hosting is going to be focused on how we do the physical consolidation analysis for the model. So we do look at whether or not physical consolidation may be feasible for our failing and at-risk water systems. We then have modeled treatment technologies and a lot of cost assumptions related to that. And then other long-term, other essential infrastructure and admin type costs that are also included in the model. So if you want to get wonky and dig in with us on how do you do a statewide cost assessment, please join our workshops. We are looking for feedback and recommendations as we move forward with this effort. Next slide, please. And last but not least is our affordability assessment results. Next slide, please. You know, this is a really important topic, you know, especially now inflation is high, you know, people are seeing rising costs, and water is one of those essential services that people have to pay for. And measuring affordability is super important, kind of at all levels of government or all levels of our agencies that we're all working with. This is a brief summary of why measuring affordability matters. You know, for us at the State Water Board and at the federal level, measurements of affordability can determine whether or not a water system or a locality is eligible for grant versus loan funding, or how much grant or loan you can get. It helps with prioritizing access to technical assistance and sometimes funding. And for us, it will also impact a water system's fees that we charge them. So fee waivers are available for disadvantaged communities. For water systems, affordability is important because it really impacts decision makings around their rates and their rate structures. It can really impact a water system's financial capacity and obviously ability to pay for their current and future needs if they're not bringing in enough revenue. And for customers, obviously, we're all there. We all pay our bills. It's about quality of life. You know, how much are you spending annually on your water bill? Can you afford it? If you can't, you may lose access to it, and access to safe drinking water is very important. Next slide, please. The language in SB 200, which requires us to do the affordability assessment, is really specific, and it requires that we look for disadvantaged community water systems that are exceeding an affordability threshold, or where we see affordability burden. Next slide, please. So we have started collecting and requiring the submittal of water charges every year from water systems. I like this chart here because now we've had a few years of data, and it shows why it's so important to require data reporting from all systems and to try to be consistent every year. The first 2021 assessment, which was using older rates data, it was voluntarily provided we were digging through publicly available rate structures to try to build out this data set, but it was super incomplete. And you can see that the average rates for different size systems, they're all pretty close when we had a smaller data set. But last year's report, we had started requiring the submittal of data from water systems on this. And you start seeing the numbers kind of spread out a little bit as we got more data and more accurate data. And so this year's report, it looks more accurate in terms of the trends that we're seeing in rates. I just thought it was kind of a neat exercise and important to highlight here. What the data is showing you, though, is if you look at the far right-hand side, small water systems on average in the state have monthly charges for the exact same volume of water, about $20 higher than large water systems. And that's really due to economies of scale. It's really hard for water systems to cover their operations and expenses and what they need for the future when they have a small rate base. They're going to have to increase their charges to cover all of that. The cost of doing water is expensive. And so that's why we're seeing pretty high rates of water systems compared to our large water systems. Next slide, please. So how are we measuring affordability challenges? You can look at water rates, but is that unaffordable? You know, looking at customer charges. We've really been exploring opportunities and different ways of measuring affordability for a number of years. And this slide kind of demonstrates how it's been evolving over time for us at the Water Board. I'm going to just point out 2022 and 2023 real fast. So in 2022, because of the COVID pandemic, there was a shutoff moratorium. So we did not have shutoff data for that assessment. But what we did have was debt data that we collected from a one-time debt program that we ran here at the Water Board. That's what those two arrearage data points are. We had to remove those from this year's report because we were no longer collecting that data. That data was collected for a one-time period, and especially during kind of a turbulent period for many people during the COVID pandemic. So it wasn't appropriate to keep using that data. But what we did do is create this new indicator, poverty and housing burden, which we call the household socioeconomic burden indicator. Next slide. Actually, I think as I removed it, let's go back because I removed a slide. I want to talk about this one real fast. We're excited about this indicator. It's fully documented in our paper if you really want to dig in. But if you look at all of the metrics here, and if you're not familiar with them, it's okay. They all rely on direct customer charges. Like you get a bill that you have to pay for water at some point, right? So you're getting a direct bill or customer charges through like taxes or something. But we didn't, all of these metrics required that. But it's hard because we have a lot of water systems that don't charge directly for water, like mobile home parks. We have a lot of community water systems that serve mobile home parks, and they will charge their customers rent, and you've got drinking water is embedded in your rent, but you never get a water bill. And so all of those systems have historically been left out of our measurement of affordability challenges. So we really wanted to develop something that was more inclusive so that we could start assessing affordability for these communities because they tend to be really small communities. So we developed this new indicator that looks at two metrics together. We looked at poverty prevalence, so high levels of poverty in that area, and high housing costs for low-income individuals. So this is looking at, it's a housing indicator, but housing in the state of California is our highest monthly cost, if you will. So when we're looking at what is the limited dollars that you have to spend every month, where is that going for essential services? Housing is number one. So we wanted to look at high poverty and high housing costs for low-income people together to get a sense of, well, where do people have a lot of constraints on their disposable income, which may mean that they're making tough choices on whether or not to pay their water bills, or maybe their electricity bills, or their medical bills, et cetera, et cetera. So we're excited about this indicator. And if you're interested in learning more, check it out in our paper. Next slide, please. So what are the results? Our disadvantaged communities in the state, we've got 75 or 5% of those systems are high affordability burden systems, and then about 17% are medium, and then non-disadvantaged communities, only about 1% or 19. Again, you can see these results in a new dashboard we've released. Next slide. Which I didn't put a screenshot in here, but we do have a new dashboard on water system financial capacity and affordability. So if you'd like to learn more about all of that, we do have a dashboard on our website where you can dig in. All right, next steps. Next slide. We are open to any suggestions that people have for enhancing our work and how we assess for risk and affordability. So please contact us. We are looking for feedback on the 2023 needs assessment by June. And if a water system on the call, if you see any data that we're using for your system that's not correct, we have a data change request form and we'll respond as soon as we can. Next slide, please. Our colleagues at OPP have been working with US EPA to identify failing tribal water systems, and we're hoping to have more information about this soon posted on our website. Next slide, please. And there's also an effort to try to identify tribal drinking water funding gaps and potential opportunities for our tribal water systems. Again, more information hopefully released soon on our website. Next slide. Okay.
Great. Thanks, Kristen. Okay, so really quickly, before we get going, just wanted to do a quick reminders. We're going to be moving on to a large group discussion, and also just to be able to monitor the discussion well and be able to take your comments and questions, we ask that you please use the raise hand feature if you would like to speak to make a comment. And so we will take the raise hand features in the order that they are received. If you are participating by phone and would like to make a comment or ask a question, please select *9 to raise your hand. We will ask you to unmute, and then of course select *6 to mute or unmute. All right, so let's start. It looks like we have one raised hand first from Chelsea. Again, let's make sure that we keep your comments straight and to the point so that we have everybody has an opportunity to participate. Chelsea, go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks, Krista, for that wonderful comprehensive information. I was just trying to browse the new small water systems and domestic wells dashboard, and I was wondering if there's an ability for viewers to click on individual wells that are highlighted and then find more information, just like we could do with the overall safer dashboard.
Thanks, Chelsea. That's a really good question. And at this time, no. We don't collect, and neither do counties for the most part, data related to individual wells at those locations. We are trying to connect to the OSCR database with the Department of Water Resources to try to connect to get some of their well data, like well completion report data, how deep is the well, etc., and potentially some other data points over time, but we're not quite there yet. And I think we'd need to have a thoughtful discussion on how much information we would want to publish or put out there, especially related to domestic wells, since there's a lot of, I feel like there'd be a lot of pushback in either direction potentially on that. So we want to be thoughtful about how we did that. But thank you.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, Chelsea. And sorry, I'm not sure who goes next. There's Sergio, Kristen, and Eva. I'm sorry, I took my eyes away from the screen very briefly. So I guess I'll go ahead with Eva, and then we'll follow by Kristen and Sergio.
Okay. So I had a couple of responses to the questions that you all sent out. For the failing systems, we work with a good number of them, and we've been working with them for a lot of years. And I mean, there's a lot of funding available right now. It's just trying to access that funding can be very difficult. You know, we don't have, well, now we have that, you know, expedited drinking water grant funding, which will help maybe get some systems through a little faster. But we don't have a lot of like streamlined processes for them. We have a number of systems that we work with who have, you know, limited TMF capacity. So when they apply for funding, if they're not able to show that they can take on a grant or handle the grant management on their own, we, you know, sometimes we go over a year or 2 years in application review until we can get a funding agreement in place. So anything to help with, you know, showing capacity or helping to, you know, help with the grant management, the limited scope administrator would be great to have in place sometime soon. That might help push things along. And we also, the last point I have is that we have projects that have been in construction for a while and there's delays, you know, for various reasons. Sometimes it's, you know, even just material availability. We've got a couple that won't have materials until, you know, October or September, and they're moving them along as best they can. And then any help that the State Water Board can give in getting reviews completed on some of the like design documents, getting those reviews done from outside agencies like DSA for school projects or irrigation districts, like that kind of thing also helps move those things along. Yeah, that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva. Okay, next we will go with Kristen, followed by Sergio, and then Jim. Kristen, go ahead.
Thank you, Marina. Yeah, I had a question that I think would help me think about these two questions. And that is, I don't know if Kristen or someone else could speak to whether looking across all the systems in the needs assessment and then also looking across the failing systems, if we see specific indicators or categories of indicators that are like lower, like kind of where we seem to be struggling. So for example, like if we look across all systems, are the lowest indicators, do those tend to be water quality? Do they tend to be TMF capacity? And I think that would help me understand where we see the gaps across systems. And then same thing if we look at failing systems, like I'd love to hear if you can speak to like whether or not there are any indicators that seem to be really standing out as common across that subset.
Yeah, thank you, Kristen. So in the report, and I just gave you guys a very high level summary of it. The report's quite long, but we did try to provide a breakdown. And Kristen, I think you'll find answers to your questions in that report. Just real briefly, we look at all of the systems that were on the failing list in 2022 and looked at, well, what they were failing for, which analytes, you know, what were the drivers for getting systems on the list. And that's all documented in the paper for which analytes, you know, they're struggling with the most. We see it's mostly arsenic, nitrates. And we mostly see systems on the failing list for primary MCL violations. We also did an analysis of what we're calling entrenched failing water systems. These are systems that have been on the list for more than 3 years. And we're trying to figure out, are there any drivers or things that are leading water systems to be on the list for a longer period of time compared to the systems that have been coming off in a shorter period of time? And we didn't find any strong trends in that analysis, but we did document it in the paper just to kind of provide an overview of that. So we're still trying to figure out kind of the drivers. The only kind of consistent thing that we see for failing water systems is that they're small. You know, we're seeing the vast majority of these systems are small, and the ones staying on the list are small too. Now, in terms of the risk assessment results and drivers that are leading kind of failing systems or at-risk systems for not performing well in that analysis, that is broken down in the report as well. You can look at the individual indicators that are contributing the most to water systems being on the list. And I've got the paper open now. I'm like scrolling through it. It's kind of long. If you're interested in that, it is on page 81. So for the percent contributing to total risk score, it'll show you kind of which systems or which indicators are really driving the most systems to be at risk. And so we're seeing lack of redundant sources, so number of water sources, so systems that only have one source is 15%. That's the highest one. It's mostly in the accessibility. We see accessibility, water quality as some of those drivers. So it's kind of across all the different indicators. So if you take a look, you'll see what that is. Hopefully that helps, Kristen.
Great. Thanks, Kristen. And then just to let you know, we are placing the discussion questions in the chat just to help this discussion further along. So they'll be placed in the chat shortly. All right, next up is Sergio. Sergio, thank you for being patient.
Thank you. Just to kind of make recommendations to the questions that are on the screen right now, I want to just to emphasize that here in the Eastern Coachella Valley, we have probably the largest stay small, projects, water systems. We also need to conclude that even though we're doing incredible work with many partnerships, including CBWD, to consolidate many of these stay small, still there will be a large number of those that are not going to be able to consolidate to municipal systems. That's the reality. That's the nature of rural agricultural environments, and most specifically because they work in proximity where they live. So take that in mind. I believe it is important to actually, and I know that there is a lot of data regarding making an inventory of on-site wells, and to actually make a determination about the age of those wells, which include water distribution system and water storage capacity. So I believe that there is a huge need to continue providing this support to those systems by either rehabilitating on-site wells, or if that is not the case, to actually drill new wells, and also to evaluate the water distribution system, which consists of basically bladder tanks, water storage. And these systems have a dual purposes. Number one is for drinking water, but number two, which especially here in the Eastern Coachella Valley, due to the dry environment, for fire protection. So once those systems basically are stabilized, because we have done several pilot programs, they are super sustainable and they are not expensive to maintain. They are rather simplified because they're just only serving a population of up to 12 mobile homes. And it is really easy to actually to sustain. So I believe that because of climate change, we need to equip the families to definitely have resources so they can have, like a backup system, like using photovoltaic panels in case they lose power. But it's important to actually equip them also to have better water storage tanks, that many of them are decaying, as well as water distribution, so they can definitely become more sustainable. So the funding, the SAFER program should definitely be flexible to provide this assistance, but also to help the TA providers, because here's what we need to definitely be very, very honest. These projects are not economy of scale. So it's very difficult for TA providers to actually dedicate staff time to actually monitor and making sure that those systems are, well maintained and monitored. So again, assistance to the TA provider is critical. So again, I think this is definitely another opportunity for the SAFERs to become more agile and more present and more proactive to make sure that these families are going to continue to actually, number one, cope with climate change, but also to have a decentralized on-site water distribution system.
Thank you, Sergio. Okay, we have time for just two more. We're running a little bit behind. So we're going to go with Jim and Cassie before we move on to our next presenter. So if we can have Jim, please.
Yeah, hi. And Kristen, thanks for the presentation. It was really good. I just have one question for the affordability and some of the graphics that you've included. Is there a way that private wells could be integrated into some of the discussions that are basically for public water systems, small systems? Because it seems like that sector was kind of out of the discussion of affordability in a way. And I don't know if there's a way that could be, captured to be part of that picture.
No, I really appreciate the comment, Jim. And that's what we were trying to take steps towards this year with the new socioeconomic layer of risk for our state small and domestic well analysis. So if you were to go to that dashboard, there is a filter for it.
Okay.
The data you have to download if you only want to look at performance for individual metrics in that whole data set. But we did create a layer of that new affordability indicator that I mentioned, looking at both poverty and housing burden costs. And that's kind of our first attempt of trying to assess affordability for those domestic well and state small communities. I think there's a lot more work that can be done in that space. But I think it is really important that we consider that as we work with counties and others to try to figure out what resources are needed.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Jim, for your feedback and your questions. All right. Last up will be Cassie. Cassie, are you?
Yeah, I'm
available?
here.
Awesome.
My question originally was very much in line with the question that Kristen asked, so I was going to pass, but since you called on me, in direct response to the failing systems question, I have said this before and I continue to maintain that there's value in focus on the failing water systems and the ones with acute failures. I think that has to remain the focus. And I get super concerned when you see the list growing and heading in the wrong direction that we're hoping it to head. And I recognize the challenge and the reason why, but I also feel like sometimes we want to address every issue, and there's value in focusing on the critical public health concerns related to having water in the household that doesn't meet all the standards. And then from there, you can start to branch out. And when that list is small enough that we feel like we've addressed that need and we need to add in domestic wells and we need to add in other drought risk of failing because of drought related conditions and those things, I think there's opportunity for that, but we start to dilute our attention, and I think that causes us not to be able to address those most critical public health concerns. So that would be my feedback, is really focusing on those systems that have acute health risk failures and addressing those first and foremost.
I totally agree with you. It's one of those things that I think it's a really important space and one where we could definitely make improvements. So let me just summarize kind of what you're saying, though, for the rest, to put it a little bit more plainly, hopefully, which is, when you look at our current failing list of nearly 400 water systems across the state, it does not mean that the customers who are getting water from those systems are getting contaminated water. It does not mean that that water is unsafe. Now, it is for some of them, but right now we don't have statewide centralized data set, essentially, that helps us say it's this subset of the failing list that's delivering unsafe water to customers, you know, where they've already issued a do not drink order. So I think you're right, and that there are steps that we should be exploring to try to figure out how to definitely be clear, I think, in how we label failing water systems, but also by helping to identify those that are delivering unsafe water can help us further prioritize kind of that failing list. Did I summarize that accurately? Okay.
Yes, much more succinctly than I did. Thank you, Kristen.
No, I appreciate the comment. Thank you.
Okay, so I saw that Isabel raised her hand. I want to make sure we get her comment or question in. After that, we will not take any more comments. We will move on to Jeff's presentation. So Isabel, can you please make your comment or your question to Kristen? Thank you.
Sí, buenos días, Isabel desde La Nare, California. Tengo dos preguntas breves. ¿Cómo vamos a manejar cuando un condado no ha manejado el problema de los pozos domésticos secos? Y la número dos, ¿qué se va a hacer para que el Estado acelere la anexión de sistemas pequeños con sistemas más grandes? O sea, que sea más rápida, que no sea tan complicada. Gracias.
Thank you, Isabel, for your questions. The first, our colleagues over at the Department of Water Resources have been putting together a lot of really great resources and tools, and there's funding available to counties to help support domestic and state small water system communities address challenges caused by drought or water shortage. So this all came out of SB 552 that passed a few years ago. So definitely, and maybe someone can share in the chat the webpage for the Department of Water Resources. We've been partnering with them to try to help counties address some of the challenges that you just brought up. And there is funding that has been made available to counties to help support those efforts. SB 552 required counties to create kind of drought task force to really start planning better and to help start addressing those needs that you just brought up. On the reducing the barriers and speeding up consolidation efforts, I think my colleagues within the Division of Financial Assistance are going to talk about some of those efficiencies that they're looking at implementing. So I'm going to hold off on answering that question because I think they can do a better job than I can. But very good questions, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Isabel. Thank you, Kristen. Kristen, do you have any last thoughts, any comments before we move on to the next presentation?
Just a big thank you. Really appreciate everyone's ideas. And if anything comes to you, either from the rest of today's event, please speak up, share them in chat, or email us. We're always here and we want to hear your thoughts. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen, and thank you all for your great discussion, comments, and questions and feedback and whatnot. So now we're going to go ahead and move on to the next presentation. I'd like to introduce Jeff Wetzel from the Division of Financial Assistance. Jeff will provide an overview of the draft funding process for operations and maintenance, followed by an opportunity to ask questions. Jeff will also speak on the draft priorities for the fund expenditure plan, and you will have an opportunity to discuss that in a smaller group. Also, for background information on the draft process for operations and maintenance, please refer to your meeting materials packet. In English, refer to page 5. For Spanish, refer to page 6. Once the first discussion is complete, the speakers will respond to any clarifying questions on the presentation. Welcome, Jeff. Mic is yours.
All right. Thank you very much. And good morning, everybody. Good to see some familiar faces there. So for those of you that don't know me, I'm Jeff Wetzel, a senior engineer over the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Unit in the Division of Financial Assistance. And for this topic right now, I'll be talking about our related efforts for developing the funding process for the Operation and Maintenance Assistance, or the O&M funding. Next slide, please. So as a refresher, the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund has the ability to provide assistance for operation and maintenance to drinking water systems. And then our recent efforts have been focused on developing draft funding guidelines that will inform the implementation of the O&M funding program. Last year's FEP targeted $5 million towards direct O&M and also included a new priority of providing direct O&M assistance. So the program's goal is to provide assistance to directly address the affordability of water while also improving system sustainability. And then one key aspect of the program that was considered is developing a standardized administrative approach to distribute the funds efficiently. And I'll mention, aside from the direct O&M program that I'm talking about here, we continue to provide O&M funding to facilitate voluntary consolidations and provide interim O&M funding for water systems that have been or will be appointed an administrator. Next slide, please. So DFA staff are proposing to use a tiered streamlined approach for committing O&M assistance. Tier 1 will be a statewide prioritization, and then Tier 2 will be a standard approach for case-by-case projects. So for the Tier 1 assistance, we're going to be using a streamlined approach by soliciting water systems that meet certain specific eligibility criteria, and then use template funding agreements with pre-established program requirements or conditions. So the purpose of the O&M assistance for Tiered 1 system will be to lower water rates for systems with high water rates down to 2.5% of the community's median household income, and then also assist the system in establishing an operating reserve account, and then also assist the system with any requirements that are established in the funding agreements. So this could be a feasibility study on potential improvements to reduce operating expenses. And for this portion of it, we're looking into having TA provide some of that assistance. Next slide, please. So for the first year of implementation of the O&M funding program, we envision that existing SAFER program staff can effectively manage approximately 30 new O&M funding agreements. And each of those agreements is anticipated to have a 3-year term. Since the need is greater than the resources available, we are considering the primary eligibility criteria. So systems must be a small DAC or SDAC with water rates above 2.5% of the community median's household income, and then also have a high affordability burden as listed in the 2023 affordability assessment, which you just heard from Kristen. So if you think about that, the goal of reducing the rates down to 2.5% of the community's median household income, the systems would have to have water rates that exceed that to be eligible. And then we're also considering further prioritization of the systems based on their failing status, whether they're at risk or whether they're potentially at risk of failing. And that would be according to the 2023 needs assessment. Next slide, please. So for the Tier 2 case-by-case assistance, individual requests will continue to be considered for O&M funding. Some potential examples of when water systems and projects may be considered for O&M assistance under Tier 2 would be small DAC or SDAC water systems with existing debt burdens, small DAC or SDAC water systems where the revenue collected by the system is less than the operational costs, and then the water service is likely to discontinue because of revenue shortfall. Non-transient, non-community water systems owned by a K-12 public school district, and then a small DAC or SDAC water system owned by a California Native American tribe that can demonstrate an O&M assistance need. And then lastly, other small DAC and SDAC water systems facing unique affordability challenges that are otherwise not captured in the Tier 1 systems. And then I mentioned this before, but again, O&M funding will still be continued to be used for voluntary consolidations and water systems that have been appointed an administrator. So next steps for the O&M draft guidelines is we hope to host a webinar in July. And then we will release draft guidelines alongside the draft fund expenditure plan, which is anticipated in August. And then finally, we'll be adding the draft O&M funding, or the O&M funding guidelines to the SAFER policy, and that is anticipated in October of this year. Next slide, please. And that was it for the O&M funding program presentation. Happy to take questions on what I covered.
Sorry, I was on mute. Yes, we're going to take a few questions. Again, we are running slightly behind, so we ask that you please keep your comments as brief as possible. Again, we will, if you want, we'd like to ask a question, please use the raise hand feature, and we will call on you. Also, please note that in order to make sure that we cover that we take the questions, particularly on the draft funding process for operations and maintenance. We ask that you ask all those questions now. The next time for the next presentation, we're going to have a discussion groups, and staff will not be addressing those questions. So any questions you have regarding what Jeff just spoke about, please ask them now. Again, please use a raise hand feature and you will be called, we'll be calling you for those questions. If you're participating via phone, please select *9 to raise your hand. Okay, so it looks like we have Eva followed by Eric. Go ahead, Eva.
I have a couple of questions. So you said most of these will probably be 3-year agreements. Is there a possibility that those might be extended if like the goals are not reached in those 3 years?
Yeah, I would think so. So the 3-year term was anticipated for those tier 1 systems that we're trying to kind of be streamlined about. And then I would imagine there'd be some possibility of extending it if there's good cause or good reason to do so.
Okay, thank you. And you referred to some system requirements that are going to be included in the guidelines and as conditions. Do you have examples of what those requirements might be?
Not specifically, but those, like I said, are aimed at trying to look at the system holistically and see if there's some sustainability or some operational improvements that could be made that would reduce the operating costs and then ultimately bring down the rates for the customers in the long term.
2 more questions, sorry. Which MHI set or data set will you be using? And will you consider MHI surveys if they exist for a community?
I think we'd be using the most up-to-date MHI survey set that we have. And good question about the survey results. I would also think that if we have specific survey results for a system that we tend to think would be more reliable, we could consider using those.
Okay. My last question. Are you going to consider any technical, managerial, and financial metrics when you're considering those tier 1 systems? Just because the affordability metrics don't necessarily show like how a system is running?
Another good question. I mean, at this time, what we've kind of put forward is we're not considering those. We're just considering their water rates as a percentage of their MHI, and then their affordability burden based off of the needs assessment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eva. And then we'll just take Eric's question before we move on to Jeff's second presentation. Eric?
Thanks, Marina. Jeff, I'm really excited to see these guidelines. I think a lot of communities have been facing challenges with affordability based on a lot of small water systems just not being able to meet sort of the high demand of providing safe and clean drinking water, and with a small ratepayer set. So that I'm really excited to see this funding moving forward. I had one recommendation quickly and then a question. So I would say, I think it's a good start to look at the tier 1 systems that we have. There's a lot of good work done in a needs assessment to identify which systems are burdened on affordability scale. I would support the case-by-case basis as well. I think while the needs assessment does a lot of great stuff, it doesn't always capture everything that's relevant as part of affordability. And so leaving that door open for communities that might still be good candidates for O&M funding is going to be really important. I see some of these examples I think are in line with what we'd say, and I think I'll also share a lot of similar questions to Ava. So I think we would have shared values there. And then my question is, you mentioned there was about $5 million given for O&M projects last year, and I was wondering if you could provide an update on what that funding accomplished, what systems were funded, et cetera.
Sure. Thanks, Eric, for the comments. I'll be touching on that a little bit in the next talking point for the FEP. But yeah, $5 million was targeted for last year's FEP, and we had some O&M funding that went to systems with administrators. And then we also have 2 direct O&M funding projects where we've committed funding so far. And that's to the community of El Porvenir, and then also a tribe, the Benton Paiute.
Thank you. Can you repeat the last one, the last system?
The Benton Paiute. I think the whole name is like U2 Benton Paiute tribe.
Awesome. Thanks, Jeff.
Thanks, Eric, and thanks, Jeff. Okay, so we have one more question. That's from Cassie. Cassie, do you want to go ahead and ask your question?
Yeah, sorry about that. I came in a little bit late, Marina. So I guess my question is related to the priority in terms of, who's going to be eligible for the O&M program funding, because tied to my comment earlier, I think we have to be making sure that we're leveraging all these different pots of money working towards the same goal, right? Like getting people off of the failing list, getting people and water systems to a point where they're sustainable long-term. And so I just want to understand that relationship between how you're allocating these O&M program dollars and the systems that are on the failing list, along with the administrator program, all designed towards this common goal of getting water systems to a sustainable point and where they can continue to provide or start to provide water that meets all the drinking water standards and satisfy all the other state requirements.
Thanks, Cassie. So yeah, I touched on it briefly, but one of the last prioritizations that we're considering is, their status, whether it's at risk or failing, and trying to figure out whether it makes sense to focus on one of those subsets more than the other. So if there's a desire there, I think that's a good thing for you guys to voice. One of the things we thought about, or some of the logic that we had for the failing systems, is those are in our shop already, or already working with the water board on some type of solution, right? And some of the O&M assistance or the long-term sustainability could be being addressed in those other projects / funding agreements that they have with us here at DFA.
Yeah, and I guess my response to that would just be in line with what Eva was saying, that maybe there's more focus and an opportunity there to move those people along in the funding process quicker with additional resources to get them to a point where they have the TMF capacity and get to an agreement and get to their long-term solution, versus branching out and trying to address a new subset. So I would still maintain that there's value in focusing on the failing systems first and foremost. And if the need's not there, by all means, let's address other categories from the needs assessment, but working towards that common goal, I think, is vitally important. Thank you.
The other thing I would just add, Cassie, just to add another layer to our thought process on that is, there's potentially some systems where we might have installed treatment in the last 3 to 5 years or whatever it is. So they're not on the failing list, but they may have like very high rates compared to other systems. And so that's part of why we're hesitant to say those shouldn't be part of this program, because if they're still on the high affordability burden, grouping, then they may be someone we should be targeting with this program, even if they're not failing.
That makes sense. Yeah, I didn't even think about the ones that have the solutions in place, but the affordability piece is a burden. So
right.
Good point. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Cassie. Thanks, Jeff and Megan. So right now, we're going to move on to the next presentation, also with Jeff. So Jeff will now share information regarding the draft priorities for the fund expenditure plan. So using your meeting materials, please refer to page 7 in English and page 9 in Spanish. Back to you, Jeff.
All right, thank you. So this talk is on the draft fund expenditure plan, and then also some of the related efforts for the broader SAFER program over the last fiscal year. Next slide, please. So these are the priorities that were identified in the 2022-23 fund expenditure plan. They should look familiar, and they continue to focus on disadvantaged communities and low-income households. I'll mention here that they're not ranked really in any order, and that generally the needs out of compliance systems will be prioritized over at-risk systems. So I will walk through them here briefly. Number 1 at the top, address any emergency or urgent funding needs expeditiously, only where other emergency funds are not available and a critical water shortage or outage could occur without support from the fund. Address community water systems and school water systems consistently out of compliance with primary drinking water standards or at risk of failing. Accelerate consolidations for consistently out of compliance and at-risk systems, as well as state smalls and domestic wells, and then promote opportunities for regional scale consolidations. Expedite planning through the use of technical assistance for systems out of compliance, at risk, as well as state smalls and domestic wells. Provide interim solutions, initiate planning efforts for long-term solutions, and fund capital projects for state small and domestic wells with source water above a primary maximum contaminant level or at risk of running dry due to drought. Provide direct operation and maintenance support to assist communities facing the highest affordability burdens, which you just heard. And then lastly, ensure assistance is distributed in a manner consistent with the goals and directions provided in the State Water Board's Racial Equity Resolution and associated action plan. Next slide, please. So this slide shows all the funding sources we have available for the broader SAFER program this current fiscal year. So for fiscal year 2022-23, these are the funds that were available to go towards drinking water projects in small communities. Note that the funds available for the upcoming fiscal year will look similar. So for this current fiscal year, out of the $1.15 billion total available for grants for drinking water projects, only about $325 million, with a light blue portion, is available for non-capital projects. And note that part of that $325 million is the $130 million for the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund. And that fund continues to be our most versatile funding source. It has the ability to do both capital and non-capital projects, and also interim water supply in emergencies, administrators, O&M, as well as projects and programs that benefit communities served by state smalls and domestic wells. Next slide, please. So this slide shows our key metrics for the SAFER program and our performance to date in this fiscal year. So we've provided interim solutions to 104 communities and a little over 1,500 households. Technical assistance projects for 67 communities, 10 of which were for planning done via TA. And then we executed or completed planning assistance projects for 26 communities and completed construction projects for 60 communities. So these totals do represent the broader SAFER program, which do include funding sources aside from the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund. So for the construction projects, the numbers in parentheses reflect projects that are going through our Office of Sustainable Water Solutions, which primarily benefits small disadvantaged communities or low-income households. So in total, this equates to over $528 million in funding, benefiting approximately 3.8 million people. And then the far right column there lists our performance goals for this fiscal year. So the goals were interim assistance to 50 communities, TA to 100, planning for 10 communities, and construction projects for 30 communities. Next slide, please. So this slide touches on some of the SAFER program highlights from this fiscal year. The Expedited Drinking Water Grant Program guidelines were adopted. This is a new process for state grant funds, which uses a streamlined application designed to get a construction agreement executed sooner. The first round of those agreements are expected to be executed this summer. Next up, all the drought dollars were committed, and those were primarily committed to our regional programs for bottled water, hauled water, and well replacement. There are 4 water systems that had administrators being funded specifically. And then we added $15 million to the master administrator agreement with Provost and Pritchard, which will significantly increase the administrative capacity. We committed $56 million to 5 master technical assistance agreements with new providers. And then we also are developing our O&M funding guidelines. Next slide. So staying with some of the SAFER program highlights from this year, we're currently working with 4 counties to assist them with state smalls and domestic wells for drought and water quality needs. So these are our county-wide funding agreements. And the ones in development right now are Shasta, Santa Cruz, Imperial, and Riverside. And I also want to highlight the continued funding for our existing regional programs with self-help that address the needs of state smalls and domestic wells across the 9 counties in the San Joaquin Valley that is the self-help service area. We established a funding partner that will support local community groups and develop community and household level outreach and engagement tools that can be applied statewide. We committed funding to 5 construction projects for long-term solutions via our urgent drinking water needs process. So this was possible because of new language that was added into last year's FEP that gave us the authority to use the less cumbersome urgent drinking water needs process for construction projects that are less than $500,000 in funding amount and go towards a disadvantaged community or low-income households. There also are some other eligible project requirements there. The systems have to be out of compliance or at risk or support consolidation. And then these projects generally need to be ready to proceed and not have any extensive planning or legal complexities. And then lastly, the upcoming fiscal year 2023-24 fund expenditure plan will include additional program data and metrics. Next slide, please. Okay, so this slide shows the targets from the fund expenditure plan for 2022-23 versus what we've committed so far this fiscal year. So it'll take me a little bit to walk through all these numbers, so bear with me, please. The black text is what we've committed in this fiscal year, and the grayed out text in parentheses is what we targeted in the fund expenditure plan. So looking at the solutions across the top, we'll start with the interim water supply and emergencies. So these include solutions such as point of entry, point of use filtration devices, along with bottled and hauled water deliveries. So the largest investment for interim water supply and emergencies included a co-funding agreement with the Tule Basin Water Foundation to complement their work under CB salts. We established new countywide programs in Imperial and Shasta counties. And then we also expanded the scope of the Central Coast Regional Program to include their pilot point of entry treatment to address 123 TCP. There also was some additional funding committed to Pueblo Unido Community Development's agreement to add scope to address emergency repairs and replacement of drinking water infrastructure for DACs. And then also an additional 2.5 million was added to Self-Help's fund for their TA master agreement, which is available to go towards eligible emergency projects. Next up is technical assistance. And these are the agreements with non-governmental agencies to help communities with completing engineering and environmental work for funding applications. So this was the largest investment from the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund this last fiscal year. And funds were committed to 5 new TA providers, which did significantly increase the TA capacity across the state. For administrators, 15.2 million was added to the Provost and Pritchard Master Agreement to assist an estimated 6 additional water systems. And then there was also about 215,000 that was committed towards a system-specific administrator agreement. And then I also want to note that about 1.3 million from our general fund this last fiscal year also went to 3 more system-specific administrator agreements. For planning, with the large amount of funding that was made available from the Budget Act of 2021 for drinking water infrastructure, no safe and affordable drinking water funds were committed in this last fiscal year. However, more planning projects are being directed to go through technical assistance. For direct operation and maintenance support, 4 direct O&M projects were committed with safe and affordable drinking water funds to support the daily operational costs of systems that have been appointed by an administrator. And then there was 2 other direct O&M funding projects that had funding committed this last fiscal year. For construction, 8 construction projects were funded through the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund for failing at-risk systems or other community water systems. 4 of these projects use the urgent drinking water needs application process. And then again, with the large amount of funding available for drinking water infrastructure, only a small amount of safe and affordable drinking water fund was committed to construction projects. So for the water system category down the left side, I'll just mention again that the majority of the funding went to technical assistance and no master agreements. And then also a good portion of the funding also went to interim solutions and communities served by domestic wells and state smalls and also administrators. So for other program needs across the bottom, no safe and affordable drinking water funds were committed for pilot projects or contracts. For the point of use, point of entry treatment pilot, there were some actions that were identified in our Division of Drinking Water's POE report, and those are planning to be incorporated into a new TA master agreement. And then lastly, actual staff costs for both administrative and implementation tasks associated with requirements of SB 200 were initially estimated to be close. Next slide, please. So going forward and looking at this year's draft fund expenditure plan, these are some of the key concepts for consideration. Continued promotion of opportunities for regional scale consolidation planning efforts. Continued emphasis on funding construction projects through our urgent drinking water needs process where feasible, and especially for consolidations. Significantly increase the number of systems receiving administrative support. Development of our streamlined approach to provide direct O&M assistance to public water systems with high water rates. Continued funding for emergency and urgent drinking water needs to public water systems working on long-term solutions. And promotion of countywide and regional programs for communities served by state smalls and domestic wells considered to be at risk of contamination or impacted by drought. And then lastly, continued effort on reporting metrics. Next slide, please. These are our proposed targets for the new fiscal year's appropriation of $130 million. Overall, we have $113.5 million to go towards projects, with $15.5 million for interim water supply and emergencies. Also note that we do carry forward 46.2 million for these projects from previous fiscal years. We'll target 15 million for technical assistance, 30 million for administrators, 3 million for planning, 20 million for direct O&M support, and 30 million for construction. And then along the bottom, we'll retain 1.5 million for contracts, for example, some of our data management investments, and then an estimated 15 million for staff costs. Next slide, please. So looking ahead, these are the next steps for the draft fund expenditure plan. Internal reviews of the plan are occurring over the next 2 months. And then we anticipate public comment period in August, along with a board workshop. And then we will respond to comments and revise the plan accordingly, and then plan to bring it back to the board for their consideration at an October board meeting. I think next slide, and I think that's it for the fund expenditure plan talk.
That you are correct on that. Yes. Okay. Thank you so much for that, Jeff. Lots of really great information. So at this moment, we're going to be taking just a few questions for Jeff before we move on to our first break. So again, ask your questions. Please use the raise hand feature and we will call on you in that order. If you are participating by phone, select *9 to raise your hand. Up first, we have Kristen. Kristen, go ahead.
I think Jim beat me to it again, but I'll go and pass it off. Thanks for that great presentation. So my question is particularly around the expenditures for administrators. I'd like to know more about how many systems that is to serve, and also like where those costs go, because my back of the envelope calculation is that's like $1 million per system. So some clarification on where and like how that money for administrators is spent. And then the second part of that question is if you could just talk a little bit more about who has administrator contracts with the board right now, because I think it's mostly engineering firms, but I'd like you to clarify. Thank you.
I'm going to take that one, Jeff.
Sure.
So your back of the envelope calculation is pretty correct that we're finding not necessarily over $1 million, but getting close to $1 million per. I think part of that is because it's such a new thing. And so the proposals we're seeing are budgeted relatively conservatively. And we're hoping that as the process is refined, we may be able to find ways to like whittle it down some. But a lot of these systems that they're going into, there's a lot of needs to just do basic things like make sure they have an O&M plan and a capital improvement plan, and not to mention all the other additional documentation that's required per the administrator handbook as far as their strategy for engagement and coming up with I'm forgetting the name of the plan right now, but it's in the handbook as far as like what their recommendations long-term for the system are and the necessary improvements to get them to a sustainable point. And so there's just a lot of deliverables and things that are needing to be budgeted for going into these, where there's a lot of deficiencies and a lot of unknowns, I guess is kind of what I would say. We do have some analysis that I can try to pull up and share a few notes in the chat of like how that breaks down on a cost per connection basis. And it is still relatively high. Most of the systems that we're targeting for administrators are pretty small and not a lot of connections. And so that's just kind of the way it breaks down. I'm trying to remember what the second part of your question was. Oh, the types of entities that we're funding. As far as the master agreements, which is where we're able to do multiple systems under a single agreement. So those are really the administrators that are covering the largest number of administrator assignments. Right now, yes, those are primarily with engineering firms. We have one with Provost and Pritchard and another one with Stantec. There are a couple of other cases where we've contracted with, for example, like a county, but those are usually for a one-off specific assignment. Did I cover all the bases? Okay.
Great. Thanks for that, Kristen and Megan. All right. Sorry about that, Jim. I missed you. I didn't see your raised hand. So Jim, go ahead. Please provide your question or comment.
Yeah, no problem. Just real quick, for the TA agreements that are entered into, are they for specific timeframes, or are like the O&M agreements for 3 years that you all discussed? Are they individually crafted for the needs of the projects?
So the way our TA agreements are set up, they do have a certain end date that they're set up for. We do often end up extending them and adding more dollars to continue services. And those are mostly all set up as master agreements. So they have the ability to help multiple systems under that larger agreement. And we execute individual work plans for each system that would have the more defined scope and timeline for each community that they're working with.
Okay.
And just sort of roll up into that master agreement.
Okay. So basically based on need then for that community. The
work plans are tailored to the needs of each community.
Right. And the timeline then would kind of reflect that.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay. Looks like Cassie's also raised her hand. Cassie, go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to yield to my fellow AG members, but it's a quiet bunch today, so I figured I would get my question in. I had a question, and Jeff and Megan, thanks for the information on the targeted funds, proposed targets for the funding for fiscal year 2023, 2024. You had mentioned there were uncommitted funds from prior fiscal years. Just wondering if you can maybe elaborate on that, because with the need that is so big, it's hard to imagine that there's funds left on the table, even if you're able to carry them over. And then a second part of the question is flexibility and or options to be able to increase funding for self-help given their unmet needs that are in their backlog that I'm intimately familiar with for wells that are located and systems that are located here in the San Joaquin Valley.
Sure, thanks, Cassie. Yeah, I can try to take those, and then Megan can chime in on the tail end. For the previously uncommitted or targeted interim O&M, or the interim water supply and emergencies, I believe that was associated with some of the efforts that we did reaching out to all the counties to try to get them to implement countywide programs that have been slowly kind of trickling in. So I think that's some of it there. And then, yeah, for self-help, I think we are considering to adding additional funding to some of their programs to address their need.
And Cassie, just the only thing I would add is that the unmet needs as far as well replacement aren't limited by funding right now. It's been more like the ability to get enough drillers doing the work. So we're planning strategically to be able to add funding to their agreements as needed to meet the needs. And they've been making a lot of efforts to increase the pace at which those wells are going in, and we've seen that improvement happening, and we've been sort of like continually adjusting our projections on their spending as that improvement is occurring, if that makes sense. So we'll be ready to support with funding when they're short on funding.
Yeah, and that was my understanding as well, that it was really a driller availability issue, but most recently, including a meeting I was in yesterday, it was more focused on a funding gap, which was surprising to me, because prior to that, I had understood that it was really about having enough drillers who would sign up to drill these wells, and something about a backlog of 264 wells and needing to get funding to address those 264 dry wells. So maybe something to follow up on with self-help.
Yeah, I mean, we're really, really closely coordinated with them on a regular basis. And I think it's probably just a messaging difference, but anyway, yeah, we definitely will be closely coordinated with them on that.
Right. All right. Thanks a bunch for that. Our last call, if there's any other questions. If not, we are going to move on to a 10-minute break. Thank you, everybody, for the great questions. And Megan and Jeff, thanks for providing the responses to the AGM members. Okay, so we will now take a 10-minute break. When we return, we will join a breakout group to discuss the draft priorities for the fund expenditure plan. So at this point, we will return at 12:10. So I'm giving you an extra minute. So it'll be 12:10. So please return at 12:10. Thank you. All right, folks. I hope you enjoyed your break. We're going to move on to our next portion of the agenda for the next hour.
Hello.
Hello?
Marina,
Yes.
this is Michael Prado.
Yes.
I advised Caroline about 3 weeks ago. I have a doctor appointment at 12:45. I might need to get ready.
All right. Thank you so much for letting us know, Mr. Prado.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. All right, folks. For the next hour, let's wait till more folks join. For the next hour, we will hold one breakout session on the draft priorities for the fund expenditure plan, and one shareback session before lunch. So during the session, we will work with your group and use a Google document, a Google Doc, to capture your feedback. So staff will be assigned to solely facilitate your group discussion, and they will not be responding to clarifying questions on the presentation. So Caroline will be sharing a Google Doc in the chat with the discussion questions. So we ask that you open the Google document, and in your group, you will volunteer for one of the following roles. One person in the group will serve as the note taker, who writes the high-level notes on the Google Doc. Another person will volunteer to be the timekeeper. This person will keep track of the time. So we ask that you budget at least 10 minutes per topic. And then another member of the group will serve as the reporter. The reporter will share the answers verbally during the shareback session after lunch. All advisory group members can contribute the answers to the answers during the breakout session. Staff, again, will be facilitating your discussion only and won't answer questions about the presentation. You will now be directed to your breakout group. So you will see the instructions on your screen. Please follow the screens when prompted. Again, the discussion questions are on the screen, and please stick to those questions as much as possible so that we can ensure we get your feedback on these important topics. So are there any questions before we go on to our breakout groups? Okay. All right. So we ask you to please make sure your video is on as we participate in the breakout groups. Caroline will lead us into the breakout group now. So see you all back in about 20 minutes.
sana y limpia, pero después los gastos eran suficientes altos. Entonces, no se debe de ser una decisión entre agua limpia o agua cara, ¿verdad? Debe ser algo balanceado. Entonces, eso también debería ser prioridad.
Gracias, Eric. Ok, un minuto tenemos. ¿Algunos otros comentarios, respuestas, sugerencias?
Yo había preguntado sobre, había preguntado sobre si iban a ver lo del técnico y managerial y financiero de cómo están los sistemas así. Y eso era porque yo pensé que este programa era más para ayudarle a los sistemas que están, batallando con, con cosas de eso. Entonces, para mí, no sé, todavía no me puedo cambiar de la mente de que a lo mejor en unos sistemas que nosotros trabajamos no van a ser de la primera clase, van a ser de la segunda, que vamos a tener que nosotros decir, pueden ayudarles a estos con estos fondos, porque hay varias comunidades donde no tienen las tarifas altas porque no incluyen todo lo que se debe de incluir en las tarifas. Entonces ellos mismos están dejando sus tarifas bajas para ayudar a la comunidad, pero en eso están dañando a su sistema. No están ahorrando dinero, no tienen dinero para las emergencias, están dependiendo de los voluntarios, y ya cuando se va el voluntario, ¿qué van a hacer? No tienen dinero para poder pagarle a alguien. Entonces eso es esos son los sistemas que quedan fuera de las calificaciones para el primer nivel.
Ok. Ok, muy bien. Entonces, gracias para el reportero, la persona que tomaron notas. Prepárense porque vamos a compartir las respuestas, los comentarios, las ideas en un momento, y este grupo va a ser, me informaron que este grupo va a ir primero. Ok. Entonces, no tienen que hacer nada aquí. Todos se van a reunir en este mismo grupo. So,
Marina,
sí.
¿comparto los comentarios en español o en inglés? ¿O cómo?
En inglés.
En inglés, ok.
Ajá.
Okay.
Los intérpretes pueden proveerlo en español. O en español, como gusten. Me informaron en inglés o en español.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. All right. Looks like folks are all in the main room now. Okay, before we start out our report, we want to make sure everyone is participating in the appropriate language channel. So for those that want to listen in Spanish, please make sure you are in the Spanish channel. All right, so we're going to start with the share back. For this next section, we will ask the reporter from each breakout room to provide feedback from their groups. You will have a total of 5 minutes to prepare your share back on the discussion questions that were just shared, that are being shared on the screen. And we're going to ask the group from the main room that we were in. That was that would be who's going to be reporting? Is it Eva or is it Eric? Is it Eva? Sorry, Eva.
Yeah.
Can you go ahead and share back from our group?
And sorry if I'm a little slow. I'm translating from Spanish to English, but I'll do I'll do it in English. So for the first question about priorities for funding, we talked about how to get funding to communities a little bit faster, how mutual water companies were left out of the expedited drinking water funds, maybe looking at how to reduce requirements to move the money along faster for those that don't qualify for expedited drinking water. We also talked a good amount about how to make some of these processes more easy to understand for folks, taking technical language and translating it into just, normal, not normal, but, translating it into something that folks can really understand, because we do work, or a lot of the residents in like the rural areas, particularly, like they have trouble understanding some of the processes and how those go on. So just using common language instead of the technical language, even in like these meetings, making sure that, if we're using an acronym, maybe we consider saying it all the way through instead of using the acronym for folks that don't know what it is.
So Eva, if I'm hearing you correctly, you're saying that we use plain language as much as possible to make sure that everybody's able to understand the processes, and that'll help with further engagement and understanding. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Very good. Thank you.
Yeah. And then for the second question, there needs to be more funding towards planning, and kind of specifically maybe targeted towards the counties, and making sure that the counties have support to plan for the private wells, the state smalls, as well as some of the smaller water systems, so that they're doing their part in getting everyone safe drinking water. And then the last question, that in addition to looking at the requirements for the O&M funding, we need to also do an analysis of some of the wells, and see where they're at. And there's been some success in rehabbing wells to where they can, if we make some fixes, they'll function for a little bit longer. But some of those wells are just kind of at the end of their useful life. And maybe prioritizing some of the systems that have recently kind of moved from at risk to, or from failing to at risk, or failing to potentially at risk, since sometimes they get their solution. I think, like someone said earlier, they get their solution and now they have higher rates. And then just a point again on the technical, managerial, and financial capacity. At least for me specifically, I kind of thought the O&M funding was going to help systems that had issues with that capacity, and just considering systems that may have artificially low rates because they do not include emergency or reserves, or even staff funding for staff in their rates, just to kind of keep them low for their customers. And that's it.
Thank you for that. Okay, in group one, was there anything else that was everything captured? Sounds like it was. Okay, thank you so much, Eva, for breaking it down and for providing the feedback per question like that. It's easier for us to make sense of it and get and jot down our notes. So thank you for that for group one. So we're going to hear from group two now. So will the reporter please provide your feedback for this group? And also if you can specify the, just break it down for, like Eva did for question 1, this is the feedback for question 2, etc. So who's the reporter for breakout group number 2? And that group okay.
This is Tanya.
Go
Sorry,
ahead, Tanya.
I'm the reporter for group number 2.
Awesome. Go for it, Tanya.
Okay, so for question number 1, for our 2023 needs assessment, the funding, one of the things we had talked about was continue focusing on funding projects in severely disadvantaged communities. We like the new social economic burden, like the affordability and poverty indicator, and would like to see that prioritized for the highest socioeconomic burden to be able to assist on that. And then one of the questions that we had is cost effectiveness a priority for consideration for question number 1 on the 2023 priority for funding. So we found that we did like what was proposed already and the changes that were made. And then did I capture everything on that, ladies?
You're doing great.
Okay. So, and then for question number 2, so what water system categories or solution types should we increase or decrease funding on? So one of the things we talked about was that it's hard to say funding should be taken from A and given to B, but we thought it was important to spend money to address water quality contamination issues, including those that are on the border of violating the MCLs quarter after quarter, or over other issues, because we felt that addressing quality might be easier to resolve over structural issues. And then compared to the beginning of 2023, we have a much clearer understanding with the new assessment report that was shared with us as to where the money is going in a breakdown. It was a little bit easier to understand, so that gave us much more feedback and able to determine our direction that the funds are going into. And then an FYI that we had on that was that water quality contamination is a factor in determining whether a system is failing or not. But we were looking that maybe it should be something that should be possibly have its own category if it's due to smaller contamination that could quickly bring that out of that at risk or prioritized at risk failing. And then for question number 3 regarding the O&M funding proposal, so we all agree that prioritizing failing systems over systems with other statuses, if we focus our resources on addressing failing systems, we can hopefully more quickly resolve those failures than if we spread our resources over various statuses. And then we understand that it takes time to make capital changes generally. And sometimes those systems that are in an easier failing status might be able to be resolved much faster than ones that have to be moved into those at-risk or potentially at-risk statuses.
All right. Thank you, Tonya. Is there anything else that the group wants to add before we move on to the next group, to group 3? No? Thank you for your feedback, folks. All right. Thank you, Tonya. We're going to move on to group number 3. That group consists of Cassie, Jim, and Rob. Who is the reporter?
Good morning, Rob.
Morning.
Rob Fegan.
Yeah.
We didn't get a chance to finish discussing everything that we had, and I think that the group in general had some really good ideas. Whereas when we were talking about the needs assessment for the funding, it seems that one of the questions we had is that the admin cost for the engineer seems to be so much greater than the cost for the nonprofits that are doing the same type of engineering work, only at a lower fees. And so the question that came up was how is it that we can take care of more systems that are in need rather than, let's say, 30 systems at $1 million each, whereas that funding should be transferred, or there should be a transfer of funding, or maybe a cap or a limitation on the amount of money that the engineering systems can have, where that funding can be reutilized to help some of the failing systems instead of the larger systems. I don't know if that makes sense or not. And so that was one of the biggest factors is it seems like there's a lot of money going out and not a lot of return for just 30 systems versus 400 failing systems. The second question that we had there was water system category solutions, increase or decrease funding. And that kind of goes back to question one is, we want to make sure that we can help and take care of those failing systems. But if the funding's not there, the question is, if we look at the state budget right now, the state is at a deficit right now. And so where is that money going to come from? So there may just have to be a reduction in fees to the engineers of those 30 systems so that we can utilize some of that funding to help. Or if those engineers that are getting the $30 million for the 30 systems, maybe they need to volunteer their organization to help out 10 systems, 10 failing systems in underprivileged communities, disadvantaged communities, so that they're helping in a nonprofit solution as well as getting the funding. So then that way they're giving back to the community some of that money that they're getting for their engineering fees. And then third, as we looked at it, we got cut off right in the middle. So I didn't get a chance to get all the information as far as the risk and at risk. But once again, one of the questions that came up was, if systems are completely failing and they won't be able to come back and they've been failing for multiple years, maybe they should go to be transferred to FEMA, because that's a really emergency situation now the state of California's hands, or once again come back and maybe just completely stop utilizing those systems. But then another question is we have members on our team who grew up in a disadvantaged water system where the water was not potable or drinkable. And so they want to make sure that we don't just abandon those systems if there's any hope of taking care of those systems that are there. So if anybody else on the team that wants to chime in, please add your comments, because I didn't get a chance to hear everything. I got cut out and went back to the main program before we finished.
Rob, this is Jennifer. I think that,
yes,
that I would add, when we're talking about O&M, one option we were discussing was to prioritize systems that have, that have been on the do not drink list for years and have finally, received that funding for a long-term solution, and they're ready to get their nitrate treatment system up and running, but they don't have the funds to operate it. So we were thinking that a system that is ready to go, but can't utilize what the capital improvements that were just built for them, those systems should be prioritized.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So in terms of your feedback for group 3, does that conclude your feedback for these 3 questions?
Unless there's any other comments from the team that'd like to chime in.
Marina, it's group 4 that reported, not group 3.
Sorry. Yes, for your group. Sorry, there's was a little switch in the groups here. Okay, very good. Okay, so with that, let's move on to the last group. Is this the last group? Sorry. The group consisting of Ethel, Rami, and Kristen?
We were in Rob's group, so we were group 4.
Okay, my apologies. Sorry, I'm reading some incorrect information. So does that conclude all of the breakout groups?
I don't know that you got Cassie's group. You just heard
You did
from
not. I
Rob, and that
chatted
was
you.
Okay,
Yeah, I
let's
chatted you. We only ended up in our group with Jim and I, and then
okay.
Megan, Kristen, and a couple of other people. Michael Prado Sr. and Rob ended up in another group, apparently.
Okay. Okay, so my point being, did every group, let me just ask this way. Did every group have an opportunity to report out?
Well, it depends because Rob reported out, but he was not in group 3 that we were in. So I don't know that you've heard from the group that consisted of Cassie, Jim, Megan, Kristen, and
okay, so
Brian,
who is, okay, which of the reporters, which reporter did not report out yet?
Jim or I.
Okay, let's go. Okay, let's go ahead and do it that way. Sorry, we had to do
Go
some
ahead,
shifting
Cassie.
around with people. So thank you, Cassie. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know if we were confused or if there was a technical problem, but so I can just briefly report out on the priorities. I think Jim and I both agreed, focusing on the permanent construction projects and the failing water system should be a priority. Jim suggested, the O&M funding would help move systems off the list, which is good, and move them into more permanent long-term solutions. And Jim also suggested having more dollars dedicated for planning projects, and Megan was quick to highlight that this is a snapshot of the overall funding program, specifically related to SAFER, and it doesn't necessarily include all of those other state funding pots of money that are used for solving drinking water problems. So that kind of helps complete the picture. But in general, based on what was presented today, it would be focusing on the permanent construction projects and then also more dollars allocated towards planning if that's not being addressed elsewhere. And then we got into a discussion about not all failing systems are created equally. So really trying to address those with public health standard violations and specifically acute public health standard violations.
Okay.
And then as we moved into question number 2, it was somewhat related, but emphasizing construction and moving systems from planning and/or interim solutions to long-term construction projects would be important. And similar to what Rob was just mentioning, we did have a discussion about the technical assistance providers, particularly the engineering firms and the administrators, and the dollars that are associated for those, wanting to make sure there's good accountability and that we're using those funds wisely, and just not throwing dollars towards private entities. The last question we didn't spend a ton of time talking about, but there is just, again, based on the responses to the other questions, a general thought that the failing systems with those acute drinking water standard failures should be emphasized. And if O&M dollars can help move the needle on those particular systems, that would be great. Jim, did I miss anything?
Nope, I think that's it. Good job.
Thank you.
Yay, we got it. Okay, apologies again for the mix-up. Again, we had to switch up some of our breakup groups, but we got the information. Folks were able to report out. That's what matters. Again, thank you for your patience and your flexibility with this. So with that, I think it's time for lunch. So it is 1:03. Please return at 1:45 p.m. We will return at 1:45 and we will talk about the SAFER website revamp. So please enjoy your lunch and we will see you at 1:45. Thanks, folks. Thank you, Rami, Ethel, Alicia, thank you. All right, Isabel, gracias. Eva, welcome back.
Thank you, Marina. Nice to see you.
Good. Thank you. All right. Okay. Let's see. Can folks please share your video just for me to know that you all are present? Costello, welcome back. Thank you. Okay. We're going to give folks just another minute or so, and then we're going to start with their presentation. Okay. All right. So we're going to go ahead and get started with the next presentation, and that'll be covered by Alicia O'Loughlin. Alicia will be talking about the SAFER website revamp, and we're going to offer you an opportunity to provide some feedback in terms of how to improve the website moving forward. So with that being said, I'd like to introduce Alicia O'Loughlin from the Office of Public Participation, who will provide an update on the SAFER webpage revamp. Welcome, Alicia.
Thank you, Marina. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a nice lunch break. As Marina said, my name is Alicia O'Loughlin, and I am excited to present and collect feedback from you today on our upcoming website revamp. So during the onboarding sessions earlier this year, we heard from you that the current website is outdated, not user-friendly, and is visually unappealing. We agree. So we are working on a website overhaul to ensure that the site is of value to the different user types accessing it, and that its content is both easy to locate and understand. So today I'm going to give you an overview of what the new website's homepage will look like, and we'll be looking for your help in prioritizing where information on the site should be located. We'll also be looking for your overall feedback on its look, usability, and content. And again, today's focus is on the homepage only. Subsequent phases of the website update will focus on the individual website pages. This group here is really important in terms of the feedback that we get on this project, because you represent a variety of stakeholders, including those with experience in the drinking water field, community and nonprofits and advocacy groups, and those personally familiar or knowledgeable about the real impacts of unsafe or unaffordable drinking water on residents and communities. That said, we do not expect every member of this group to be familiar with or even interested in every aspect of the SAFER website. Different website tools and types of information will be relevant to different user types. That's, again, what makes this group so important. So we're asking that you provide feedback on what resonates with you personally. For example, a member of the public may be interested in learning if their drinking water is safe or not, and what they can do about it. Whereas a representative of a water system may be looking for guidance on how to comply with reporting requirements. We'll be using the feedback that you provide today to gain insight on the proposed updates and usability of the site as it relates to these different user types. Slide, please. So first, I'm going to share what the homepage will more or less look like from top to bottom. And starting at the top, we'll have the SAFER banner, and directly under that, a blurb about what the SAFER program is and does. Slide. Next, there will be a section titled What's New, which will include program announcements and upcoming events. Slide. This will be followed by 6 buttons or callouts representing the main categories of information that most people are looking for when they visit the site. The goal, again, is to create a user-friendly site in which a variety of users looking for different types of info can easily navigate the website and will know what to click on in order to find the information that they're looking for. Most of the information will likely be accessible via these 6 buttons. The 6 categories include: 1, learn about your drinking water. Is your drinking water safe? Explore interactive maps and community water systems data. 2, request help and funding. Request drinking water funding, technical assistance, or other support. 3, explore community solutions. Learn about drinking water solutions and community partnerships. Slide, please. 4, advisory group. Meet the advisory group and attend a meeting. 5, accomplishments. Learn about completed drinking water projects and program successes. And lastly, policies and documents. Access program policies, plans, studies, and other guiding materials. Slide, please. After the call-out buttons, there will be a section titled About Safer, which will include a program background with info about the human right to water and how we got to where we are now, as well as information about SAFER's enabling legislation and purpose, and a description of how SAFER works. Slide. And then there's a popular topics section, which is titled, will include links to current popular topics or documents, making it quick and easy for visitors to learn about and participate in current activities. These topics will be updated regularly to ensure that they remain current and relevant. Slide. Next is the Stay Informed section, where users can sign up on the SAFER email list and learn about the various ways to stay informed and actively participate in the program, like attending an advisory group or board meeting, or participating in a workshop. Slide. And lastly, there will be a language access services section with a button to an online form that users can quickly and easily fill out and submit to request assistance with translation and interpretation needs. Slide. So now that we know what the overall homepage will look like, again, we're asking for your help to sort the individual topics of information that most people will be searching for into those 6 buttons or main categories that I referred to earlier, which again are: learn about your drinking water, request help and funding, explore community solutions, advisory group, accomplishments, policies and documents. Slide. In order to capture your feedback, we will be using Zoom's whiteboard feature to complete an interactive sorting activity that's going to help us arrange those popular topics into their most appropriate category. What you see on the screen is what the whiteboard will look like, with the 6 categories or buttons shown as colored boxes and the individual topics that resemble Post-it notes as they are proposed to be placed under each category. To make it easier for you to see, this image only shows 3 of those 6 categories that we'll be examining today. So for example, if a visitor was looking for information about how to apply for funding, which of these categories or buttons would they click on? As proposed, this info would be accessible by clicking on the Request Help and Funding button, again shown here as the green box, where you can see the green Post-it note placed within it that says Request Funding. We're looking to you to see if these topics are indeed under the most appropriate category, if there are topics or categories missing, and if there are some included here that perhaps should not be. During our activity, I will briefly go over each category and its related topics as proposed, and then I will ask for your feedback on whether the information makes sense as presented, if the topic would be better placed under a different category, etc. And additionally, are there any topics missing? We'll not be rearranging the topics live today, but rather collecting your feedback for further consideration. And then finally, after this activity, we'll be participating in a group discussion where we'll be asking you a set of questions about the overall website revamp. Slide, please. And because I know the text on the last slide was rather small and may have been difficult to read, here's some examples of the types of topics that you'll be helping us sort into the most appropriate categories. So before we begin the actual activity, does anyone here have any questions? Actually, Marita, why don't you click to the next slide real quick. If you do have a question, you can go ahead and raise your hand, use the raised hand feature. If you're participating by phone, you can select *9 to raise your hand and *6 to mute or unmute. And you can also ask your question via the chat feature if you'd prefer. So do we have any questions before we begin the activity?
Looks like we're ready to go.
All right, thank you for that. Okay, so just give me a moment here and I'm just going to go ahead and share the whiteboard with you.
So Alicia, just let me know when you'd like me to stop sharing.
Okay, I believe it will stop sharing automatically, but yes, please go ahead. I'm going to share my board now.
It stopped sharing.
Excellent. And hopefully, 1 second. Okay, so hopefully you can all see that. Is there anyone who cannot see that? Okay, wonderful. Okay, so first I want to just start by showing you some of these tools. It's likely that very small right now, the font, and you're probably unable to read that, and that's okay. We're going to fix that. If you look on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, you should see a little magnifying glass with the plus to zoom in and a minus to zoom out. So go ahead and zoom in so that you can read the text. And then you'll see on the bottom of the screen, there's a little gray bar that you can slide back and forth. And there's another gray bar on the right-hand side of the screen that you can slide up and down. And these bars will help you to center the content into your screen into the center so that you can actually see it. And I saw a comment here about a gray screen. Is there anyone else who's experiencing that? No. I'm going to go ahead and let Britta and Caroline then navigate that issue, and hopefully the rest of you guys are able to see, and the other member will be able to join us shortly.
Alicia, just yes, really quick, there is something you can do. You can click on close the window because a new window appeared. It says explore new tools on the left. And what you can do is to click to close that window. And then you will see the whiteboard normally with, it won't be a gray, yes, it won't be a gray screen. So,
are you talking to me or the members? I'm sorry, Caroline, because I don't see that.
So that will be for any participant because I saw it also in my end.
I see a lot of.
So it should be on the left and it says explore new tools.
I don't see that option.
So if you don't see it, it's because you see the whiteboard normally, and
I'm just going to give everyone a
so
sec.
if you close that window, and only if you see the whiteboard with a gray screen, kind of. But I believe that the most important is that you can see Alicia following with her presentation.
Okay, okay, so how many folks, can most folks see the screen? Or let me say, who cannot see what Alicia is sharing? Eva, who else? Okay, so everybody else can see, correct?
And Ethel.
And Ethel. Okay, Eva and Ethel are unable to see.
Well, if you cannot see the screen today, it's not the end of the world because I will be going over this verbally. So it's unfortunately, if you can't follow along visually, it may make it a little more difficult, but Caroline will also be putting the categories and topics into the chat so you can see them there as well. So you'll still have an opportunity to provide feedback. You just won't see the actual activity. So
yeah. Additionally, there will be, this is not the only time you will be able to provide feedback. There will be an opportunity again at the next advisory group meeting. So with that, Lisha?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, why don't go ahead and get started. Somebody got excited and did a little scribbling or something when we first got on here. So let's see. So we're gonna, hopefully you had a chance to play around with the tools while we were getting oriented here. And you were able to center the content on your screen and zoom in so that you can see it. And if not, please, please ask for help in the chat and we can assist you with that. But we're going to start with the first category here, which is learn about your drinking water. And that's the orange box in the upper left corner. And again, the text under that will say, is your drinking water safe? Explore interactive maps and community water systems data. So what we currently have proposed under there is aquifer risk map, systems with violations, maps and data, drinking water contaminants, safer dashboard, needs assessment, and point of use and point of entry. And first, I just want to say that you may see some of these items, search topics in multiple categories, and that's okay. So for example, we have needs assessment and learn about your drinking water, but we also place it under policies, studies, and documents. Somebody moving my little categories keep moving around. There's a ghost in here, so sorry about that. But so we put needs assessment in these two locations because depending on the user type, you may go to a different button. If you want to learn about your drinking water, we felt the needs assessment was appropriate in that location because it identifies failing and at-risk systems. But if you're with a water system, as your representative from a system, you may be very familiar with the needs assessment. So you just may go straight to policies and documents because you know where that document's going to be. So again, it may be appropriate in both locations, and that's okay. So starting with this first one, does everything that you currently see under learn about your drinking water make sense? If you were visiting the website for the first time and you wanted to learn about your water, or you wanted to find maps about community systems or data about your community system, does this make sense to you? Would you put everything in this location? Is there anything missing from this location if you want to learn about your drinking water? And go ahead and raise your hand if you have any comments, or put them in the chat, and we will go over all the chat comments at the very end of each category. I'll just read them out loud. And I see a raised hand here. Okay. Shaw, I don't know how to pronounce your last name. I'm sorry, I don't want to missay it, but Cassie?
Yeah, hi, thank you. I was just thinking about if I go to that particular spot on the new page, I may want to see something about domestic wells, particularly if I'm not part of a system. So maybe a call out for domestic well owners. So we're addressing that stakeholder group that might be visiting the website would be helpful.
Yes, good point. Okay. So we're documenting all these comments. That's a great one. Thank you. Any others?
Hey, this is Eric. I think maybe some information about what goes into the MCL process might be helpful. Just because I think we talk about contaminants in this, so it might be able to go within that section, but just information on what MCLs are, what those levels, how those levels are developed, et cetera.
Excellent. Yes, you're right. That seems like it would go really well with the drinking water contaminants part of that page. So yes, thank you. Any others? Okay. Then I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next one. Request help and funding. Someone muted me.
Hey,
Okay.
Alicia, sorry, that was me. I pressed the wrong button.
No
Looks like
worries.
there was a question here from Kristen Dobbin, a comment.
Yes.
What would point of use entry include? Seems more like a community solution to me.
And it may very well be. I think it's a little bit of both. So I think that could be an example of where we would maybe put it in both categories. It is a community solution. You're correct. So I think that would be a good spot for it as well. And then we'll reconsider whether or not it does belong here. I think we initially put it there because we thought it fit well with the drinking water contaminants. If you learn about the contaminants, then you would want to learn about maybe ways that you could address those contaminants through point of use or point of entry. But that's an excellent comment. Thank you. So I think we're ready to move on to request help and funding. So request drinking water funding, technical assistance, or other support. And what we currently have under here is request funding, request technical assistance, guidance and tutorials, reporting assistance, drought assistance, contact safer ombudsperson, language access services, how-to videos, local and regional funding, and water debt relief. So is there anything there that just doesn't make sense to you that should be elsewhere? And because it's difficult for me to have all these screens open, can someone please just let me know if someone asks a question in the chat? Okay.
Will do.
Thank you. And is there anything missing under that request help and funding? No?
Alicia, can I just make a quick comment? I just want to let folks know, the Spanish-speaking participants, that the information, you can zoom in and you can see the information in Spanish. And if you have any suggestions, please raise your hand and we will make sure your comment is included.
Thank you. Okay, well then I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next one.
Jump in real quick, Alicia. Sorry about that.
No problem.
I don't know. It might be captured within one of these sections here, but like categories of funding that are available might be important to share it for the public to understand what's out there.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. Yes, we do have local and regional, but we don't have the state categories of funding. We still oversight there. So thank you. Really though, where is this ghost? Okay, explore community solutions. Learn about drinking water solutions and community partnerships. What we have under there is community partners, TA providers, engagement units, workforce development, emergency drinking water, funding partners, regionalization, consolidation, administrator appointment, temporary water provision, capital infrastructure, and current projects. This is a big one. This is a big category. So I'm going to give you a minute to think about this. Do you have any comments?
So I have a comment that came in from Esther, and her comment is, I would like to see a web page for private wells, easy to access.
Okay.
And I'm getting another comment here from Kristen Dobbin. What point of use or entry? I think we already covered that one, right? Yeah, sorry, that's a repeat message. It looks like we have a hand up from Chelsea.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Chelsea.
I was just wondering, could you clarify the difference between community partners, TA providers, and funding partners?
You know, they're all one and the same. I think I kept it at a higher level if you just wanted to find out what community partners were in general. And then if you were interested in applying to become a community partner and learning more, and then, you know, taking like a deeper dive, if you already are familiar with what community partners are and you're specifically looking at, you know, information about TA providers or funding partners, you would go to that same call out box. So as again, trying to accommodate those different user types who have various levels of knowledge about the program.
Okay, yeah, I think however you group them will help to kind of define what they are.
Yeah, thank you for that. And it's a little hard now because this is so high level, but when you clicked on this button, it would then take you to a page where it would have, you know, there would be a little bit more information about these different community solutions and then links that you would click on within that page for additional information. And those will be the individual website pages that we'll be updating after this first phase, which is just setting up the basic framework and navigation. Hopefully that makes sense. Any additional questions or comments? Okay, so we're going to move on to advisory group. So now we're down on the blue box in the bottom. Meet the advisory group and attend a meeting. What we currently have under there is about, and that would include also the things like the group's charter and handbook, and then what the advisory group is about. Wow, what just happened here? And you know, the general makeup of the group. And then we would also have information about the individual members with bios, how to apply to serve on the advisory group, and then information about advisory group meetings. Is there anything else that you guys would like to see in that category?
I'd like to share a comment that was given to me by Jim. He says, I seem to be able to edit and move boxes. I might be the ghost. I'm staying away from the screen. Thanks, Jim.
Sorry, I don't know what happened, but it just seems like, yeah, I can move stuff. So I'm away from the screen.
Thank you. I don't know why you can move it, so that's probably an error on my end, but we're still learning how to use this feature. It's relatively new. Okay, and then we have accomplishments. And under that, we have learn about completed drinking water projects and program successes. And that currently includes, stop moving, past, okay, somebody's moving things. Okay, past projects, total funding awarded, number of consolidations, number of systems repaired, press releases, number of households served, and number of projects in disadvantaged communities. So are there any other accomplishments that you'd like to see us highlight there? I see a hand. Yes, Cassie.
I think, and I've shared this before at one of the prior advisory committee meetings, I think I don't know if it's a testimonial or some kind of spotlight would be really, really helpful, because a lot of systems don't know as they're starting to navigate this, or individuals as they're starting to navigate this, what the potential outcome at the end of the process could be. So along with the accomplishments, having some kind of, and I think Coachella Valley Water District did some of this on their big consolidation project, but having some kind of, I don't know, a spotlight, project spotlight, testimonial, something from different layers of folks involved in the project would be really helpful. Just to, maybe it provides encouragement, maybe it just, you know, closes the loop for some people, but to the extent possible, I think that would be helpful for folks.
Okay, thank you. And as part of that, were you also envisioning like a project timeline or a project flowchart, or just testimonial spotlights.
I mean, maybe some kind of a visual that goes along with the words from whoever's being interviewed or whatever the case may be. Because then I think you could use that and put it out on social media. The individuals could put it on their website. I think you could get a lot of use out of that kind of post. And it seems appropriate that it would go in this accomplishments category.
Yeah, that's great comment.
For clarification, Cassie, are you referring to videos are just snippets,
Sure.
like just postings of just
I think it's all of it. I mean, I think
Okay.
a video, you have the opportunity to capture more folks. If you do a video and you have translation and, all of those things, I think you get a lot of bandwidth out of that type of effort. I also know that that takes a fair amount of effort to capture and create and edit and all that stuff. So, maybe it's not every project, maybe it's certain projects, or it's one project per year or one project per region or something like that, just to not only mark it as an accomplishment, but also provide some additional context from the players that were at the table and helping that project reach completion. And then the only other comment I was going to provide, and it ties back to a chart that I think Kristen provided with that list that shows the at-risk systems. I think it'd be really cool to somehow tie that into the accomplishments page as systems hopefully come off and stay off of that list. And, maybe some kind of a chart that shows those changes dynamically over time and hopefully showing that we're moving in the right direction. I think those types of visuals will help really emphasize the accomplishments of the water board and through these various funding programs.
Great suggestion.
Thanks, Cassie. Okay, Alicia, I wanted to bring your attention to some contributions to the chat. Chelsea has indicated featuring videos or case studies, example, short written summaries with photographs would be helpful. And a comment from Eric Orellana, can number of households served be translated into people served as well?
I don't have the answer to that, but I like it, and I will look into it. Yes, I don't know, but if it can be, then I agree that we should include that.
Thank you.
And do we have any other comments? Okay. And again, you guys, if you think of more later, you can always reach out to Marina or myself, or just email the SAFER email, and we'll make sure that it gets captured. Okay, so moving on to policies and documents. Access program policies, plans, studies, and other guiding materials, which currently includes fund expenditure plan, the fund expenditure policy, needs assessment, smalls and domestic wells strategy, racial equity action plan, safer work plan, outreach and engagement strategy, the tribal consultation policy, human right to water law, and the Safe Drinking Water Act. So there's probably quite a bit that we can include here. So tried to capture everything, but I'm sure to have missed at least one or two. See, something's coming in on the chat. Marina, are these relevant to our?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for that. It's a lot. Okay. In terms of learn about your drinking water, is your drinking water safe? Explore inner, sorry. I think this was the chat. Sorry, my apologies. This was the chat that was placed in here by Caroline to everybody. It's basically just the categories. I'm sorry, I thought it was comments, so it's not. I don't see any additional comments. Oh, next one here, Eric. Expedited Drinking Water Grant, POE white paper.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Other than that, there are no other comments.
Okay. Well,
So
great.
Caroline did copy the categories and the topics and place them in the chat box. That's what kind of, I misinterpret them as comments, but so far there are no other comments.
Okay. Well, thank you, everyone. So
Mm-hmm.
this was a really helpful activity for us. And again, you'll have another opportunity to weigh in on this when we're developing the actual website pages as well. So this won't be your only opportunity to provide feedback. And if you think of other things that should fall within these categories, please let us know. So I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing my screen here. And then we're going to just take a couple minutes break and let you get up and get a drink of water, whatever you need to do while our back end team gets situated. And then we're going to reconvene for a little group discussion. I have a few questions for you about the overall website rehaul.
Yeah. So stay around, give us about 2 minutes to readjust, and we will continue. Alicia, let me know when you're ready.
I am ready.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. All righty, so now we're going to go over a set of questions and have a group discussion about the overall site. So we're going to start the first one. Do the buttons that are proposed make sense? So again, those 6 main categories. Do they accurately capture the main categories of information that visitors will be looking for? Let's have any feedback on that? Look, I would say no news, no feedback may be a good sign that they do accurately capture the info people be looking for. And if you feel otherwise later, you can let me know if you think of anything else. We'll go ahead and move on to the second one then. Are there overall features that would improve the website, such as better use of graphics or plain language? So I think we already touched on the graphics part, and we all agree that that would be helpful. And I think we all know plain language would be helpful too, which is why I use those as examples. But is there anything beyond that that would just, make the site more user-friendly? Okay, well, seeing, oh, I think there's a hand. Yes, Cassie.
Sorry, I feel like you're struggling to get feedback from us. So maybe that does mean you got it right on the first try. I think another thing I was thinking about was maybe some kind of a decision tree, or I'm often surprised how the number of people who don't really know where their water came from. So maybe that is something that would add to the functionality of the overall website. And then from there, you could dive into some of the other topics that you have identified in the call out boxes. So, you know, is it a private well? Is it part of a city? Is it a state small? You know, like some of those types of questions may help. I think that that might be something that could be useful.
I agree. That would be useful. And I'm thinking that maybe that would fall under learn about your drinking water.
Mhm.
So a lot of people, as you said, don't know where their water comes from. So that's a very good comment. Great. Any others? Okay.
One other thing I was thinking about, and I'm involved in a lot of different programs that deal with water and water quality and water availability. I wonder if there's an opportunity to help bridge the gap a little bit between some of those programs, like to the average stakeholder who wants to learn about water. It's all the same. It's a very, very broad topic, but helping to distinguish between water quality and what the SAFER program is really focused on, and maybe some of the other water needs, whether that's you know, quantity or nitrates through CV salt, you know what I mean? Something else that's maybe there's an opportunity to help try to decipher what all those different water programs mean, and not, that's probably difficult because you don't have jurisdiction of all those, but at least in some way calling it out or being very specific about this is only one segment of the overall water definition that we're addressing.
Absolutely. And you're right, that's a little trickier, but I definitely see the value in that, and seeing and trying to at least include a little blurb and a link so that people can find additional information that falls outside of the SAFER program, and they have a better understanding of what's both within the SAFER program and what exists, which programs exist outside of the SAFER program, and what the different programs do or focus on. Did I capture that correctly?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. Thank you for that.
We
We'll
have
look into
yeah.
that.
Thanks, Cassie. And we have Sergio also has hand raised.
Yes. So it's kind of challenging to provide feedback. I am a very graphic person. I mean, like, I like to see diagrams and I have to see structures, but having a gray screen is kind of challenging to visualize that. But I can tell you something. I am at the website of the State Water Board. I am very familiar about everything that is there, and I know where to navigate when I need a specific information. But I want to put on from the perspective of a family or somebody who is working with the community to improve the water system, and why not? I believe that one of the things that this front page should have, it has some really great transitioning pictures. I see the spigot is something that they probably get the closest to be familiar with the community. So if I am a community member, I want to see some pictures that resembles the system or the environment that we are. And that's what is missing. So that should definitely help the community to click and go into those programs that they're looking or interested to know, you know, okay, who do I know if my water system is being helped? Or how do I know what programs can I access to, you know, for funding and other outreach and TA assistance? So we need to actually make it super easy with the community and get something that they get familiar with. But all these really great pictures that you have in the transition and the front page are not really telling or connecting, you know, what the community would like to see. So in addition to that, of course, I think in the past we have recommended to actually have a Spanish version of we want to talk about disadvantaged communities. people speak Spanish, and are we ready to provide that kind of access? And in other languages, if that's required, because there are some specific disadvantaged communities that might speak some other language other than English or Spanish. But that would be my recommendation. Do you want to really have a more easy access to the website? Please put pictures that definitely resemble the environment where the community is actually living, so they can actually get more familiar with.
Yes, that's a great comment, and something that we have discussed internally, as well as a Spanish version of this website. So that would be in a subsequent phase of the website update, but is absolutely a priority to us. Thank you for that.
Kristen, who's also has her hand raised.
Yeah, and I'll just say I really agree with Sergio, so thanks for that comment. I just had a quick comment about the what's new tab. And I just say that sort of exists on the website right now, and I often find it really overwhelming because there's a really long list of new things. And I would either keep that list really, really short, or recognizing that I think it's generally people who work with the board a lot who are most interested in what's new yesterday. I would just move that down to about the drop downs below the tiles. I don't know. I just don't think it needs to be at the prominent top, because, and I'd be happy for others to disagree with me, but I think that information about that's more detailed and targeted towards people that are actively working with the board should be easily findable, but could easily be put down in the website and kind of hidden with a drop down to make it not so overwhelming.
That makes sense. Yeah. Thank you for that. Any others? Alrighty, and so the last question then is, once we get past this first page of updating the home site and creating the basic framework of the website, or I'm sorry, updating the homepage, which web page or topic do you think should be prioritized first for updating? Maybe you don't have a preference, and that's okay too. Okay, I'm going to assume you don't have a preference, but if you think of one, feel free to let us know. And with that, we are done with this activity, but thank you guys so much. We got some great feedback. We'll be bringing this back to you in a few months, and you'll continue to be part of this process. So thank you.
Thanks, Alicia, for the great presentation, and everybody for your feedback. Again, this will not be the only opportunity. You will have, if you think of anything else, please feel free to contact us and we'll make sure to add it. And as Alicia mentioned, you will have an opportunity in the coming months. Actually, in our next advisory group meeting, we'll make this part of one of our agenda items. So thank you for that. Okay. We'll move quickly getting towards the end of our meeting here, folks. Okay, let's move on to our SAFER program updates. All right, so I'd like to highlight a few of the material. Few items from the materials packet, and if you can turn to page 14 in English and page 17 in Spanish, that would be great. So we're going to talk about sorry, forgive me for this. Some of the program updates I'd like to talk about are the Administrator Policy Handbook. That is, there will be a workshop on the handbook, and I'm sorry, I'm trying to find the date that's on. I don't have it in front of me. It will be held on June 14th from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. And if you're interested in participating in this workshop, please review the meeting materials located on the SAFER calendar online. And also, Caroline will be dropping the link in the chat. The other element that I'd like to talk about is the SAFER timeline. And if you can look at this SAFER tentative timeline, we have a few things coming up. A few things have already happened between the time frame of May and June, we had the release of the new needs assessment as well as a needs assessment webinar. We're having our second advisory group meeting today. In addition, on June 14th, we will be having, like I mentioned, the Administrator Policy Handbook Workshop. And a few days later, on June 20th, we will also have the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund Intended Use Plan Workshop. In the time frame between July and August, in month of July, we will be offering an operations and maintenance funding workshop. The date has not been determined. Please keep an eye out for that. On the 18th of July, the board will consider the adoption of the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund Intended Use Plan. On July 31st, we will be releasing the draft fund expenditure plan. On August 1st, we will open up the advisory group member application period. So that is open. That is going to be open throughout the month of August through September. On August 16th, we plan on having the fund expenditure plan workshop. And on the next advisory group was scheduled for August 24th. We will need to change that date and we will keep you posted on that. We'll send you some information. The next advisory group meeting will be held in person. So it'll be slightly different. I think earlier in the year, we mentioned that we were looking at Q3 and Q4 as having in-person options, and the advisory group meeting scheduled for August will be in person. It looks like it will be in the Sacramento area. We will provide you with that information within the next few days so you can plan accordingly. Again, on August 30th, we will also be offering a workshop for the advisory group application. This is a workshop that really answers questions for folks that may be interested in applying to be an advisory group member. Additionally, in September, between the time frame of September and October, on September 30th, the advisory group application window will close. And on October 3rd, the board will consider the adoption of the fiscal year 2023-24 fund expenditure plan. Moving on to the latter part of the year, we anticipate having the fourth and final advisory group of 2023 on December 7th. Again, that will likely be in an in-person location. We will provide you with an update on that. And sometime between before the end of December, we should have the names of the new advisory group members that will have been appointed. So we'll have that information before the end of the year. So at this time, if you have any questions based on the items we highlighted, please raise your hand using the reactions at the bottom of your screen, and we'll take your questions. If there aren't any questions, we can go ahead and move on to the advisory group member announcements. Okay, I guess that means there are no questions. So we'll go ahead and move on to the announcement section for the advisory group members. Okay. Oh, there's a question in the chat, sorry. The question is, I believe the term is 2 years, but advisory group members can reapply. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. You can reapply. If you're an existing member and if your term is up, you can reapply. Thank you for that. Okay. Any other questions? All right. So we'll go ahead and transition towards the latter part of our meeting now, and that's the advisory group member announcements. So during this time, we will ask advisory group members to share in 2 minutes or less the work they are doing, and if they are taking on any drinking water projects with a SAFER program. So with the advisory groups members who are planning to make any type of announcement, again, we ask you to provide the name of your project or the event title, a timeline or event date, the purpose or objective, any next steps, and we also ask you to please limit your announcement to no more than 3 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes. Okay. Does anybody have any of the advisory members have any announcements they'd like to make? If you could please raise your hand. Okay, Jim.
Yeah, hi.
Hi.
Yeah, I just wanted to announce that the community that I live in, town of Mendocino, which is a coastal town in Mendocino County in Northern California, we've entered into discussions with technical advisor assistance for early on discussions of our community becoming or entertaining becoming a water system. Everyone in town basically is on individual wells, and there are very few small public water systems in the area. But we felt the effects of the drought and questionable water quality in our area due to hand dug wells and poorly constructed wells. And so we're starting that process with SAFER and looking forward to providing updates as that comes along. And we're just now starting to basically get a work plan together to do next steps in community outreach. And excited that SAFER's there for our assistance.
That's great to hear, Jim. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other advisory group members who would like to make an announcement? Eric, go ahead.
Thanks, Marina. We've got a few announcements. I didn't prepare a large summary of the projects that we're working on, so I'll just share. Community Water Center is continuing to advance projects in East Arosi, West Goshen, north of Moss Landing, and a Johnson McGinnis Live Oak area on the Central Coast. The last two I shared are on the Central Coast. The first two are in the Central Valley. Some challenges are drinking water contamination, like nitrate or 123 TCP. 123 TCP are the main drivers for those projects. So those are moving forward. And then in terms of other updates, during the previous SAFER Advisory Group meeting, I shared that we were going to have a community tour in the Central Coast to talk through challenges for those communities. Fortunately, a lot of those communities were hit by the floods, and so the meeting was postponed, but we've rescheduled to June. June, pardon me. We've rescheduled to, I believe, June 15th. And so that should be another opportunity for folks to get involved. If you're interested, feel free to reach out to me. And also on that day, I won't be able to be in person at that tour because I'll be at a conference on the Government Alliance on Race and Equity, giving a discussion on how to engage with communities of color and address racial disparities. So that's another update as well.
Thank you, Eric. Ethel, you had your hand up?
Yes, I like to share and give hope. I like to share and give hope to smaller water companies. We have less than 60 connections. And after 2 years of the process of applying, we are on the final stages with the State Water Board for an infrastructure improvement. So we're on the final stages of the scope of work, finalization with the engineers, and it will entail changing our pipes and tanks, and it includes design and construction. So we're now in the process of discussing balancing our budget between what we want, our wish list, versus what is the reality of what the state can give us. So it's promising, but we're seeing this to happen by the end of the year, but we're on the final stages.
That's great news, Ethel. Congratulations. Lots of hope there. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Any other announcements that folks would like to share with the group? Okay. All right. That's all really good news. Eric, if you can, again, if you're able to share that information in the chat, that would be great. If not, then I guess if they're interested in participating in that tour, they can feel free to email you, correct?
Correct.
Awesome. Okay, folks. We are at the tail end now, and we're going to transition over to the last part of the meeting, and that is the public comment period. And so we will go ahead and transition to that section. And I know that I'm going to admit an individual who would like to make a comment, so I am admitting her now. So public comments can be submitted via Zoom or email to safer@waterboards.ca.gov. Again, you will be given the option to join the join the Zoom meeting and provide your comment live, or have the water boards read the comment for you. The purpose of this public comment session is to provide feedback on the topics we just covered, including the needs assessment results, draft funding process for operations and maintenance, the draft fund expenditure plan, and the SAFER website revamp. Please note that the State Water Board staff will not be answering questions. We will take public comments received via Zoom first, followed by public comments received via email. At the moment, we have one comment that we will be receiving via Zoom, and that is from Evelyn Wendell. In order to get to each comment, we ask that each comment be provided in 3 minutes or less. And we also encourage you to be concise in your comments. Okay, Evelyn Wendell.
Hi, thank you. I will try to do my best in 3 minutes. First of all, thanks for this great meeting. I've been trying to watch the whole day, and it's been very well organized, really well presented, and it just gives me a lot of hope that this really important program for the state is like amazing. So just wanted to say that off the top. So I started WeTap.org. It's a nonprofit that improves public drinking fountains, and also an initiative called Tap Water Day, which was just declared for the state of California by unanimously by the Senate, sponsored by Senator Portantino. I'm also chairing the Safe to Drink work group for the California Resource Control Board's Monitoring Council. And I wanted to thank somebody who made a comment about a few people who brought this up about how the average person is a little bit confused about the whole, drinking water situation across the state. And I really strongly believe, and I hope we can discuss this further, that the safetodrink.ca.gov website can cross-collaborate with this, because we are actually working right now on redoing our website with technical support from the water boards to be able to present a clear perspective about our drinking water and where to find information about safety and, all the, contaminants, and kind of just a very well-rounded, broad, but open and transparent conversation about drinking water, providing reports that people who want to dive deeper can go into. So I really hope that this is a collaboration that we can discuss. I also had a few questions about the early on in the meeting. So I'm going to jump around because I'm trying to get it all in 3 minutes. But early on in the meeting, the inclusion was small, non-transient, non-community water systems that are K through 12 schools. And I wonder if there is any conversation about public drinking fountains, because as we know, water can be provided, but access is a whole other conversation. So that's the second question I have. And the third question I have is about bottled water. I did not hear a conversation about how water is provided on a temporary basis. But I'm also working with the state on the language about microplastics, and it's really dangerous, microplastics, and we have to get off bottled water even as a temporary fix. And I do strongly believe that there are other options like trucking water in, which used to be done before bottled water existed. I know that's a bigger conversation, but Also, thank you. At the beginning, you shared that roughly 700,000 people do not have access to safe drinking water. Others, of course, are on the verge of not having access, but the majority of the state does have access to drinking water. So this sort of rounds out my first discussion about how I hope that the safetodrink.ca.gov website can cross-collaborate some of this communication information. And I wonder if, to end my comments, if there is a communication work group that's working on this. I had trouble reading what was online based on just the format of this watching this video meeting. So I just wonder if I could maybe do a little bit of a deeper dive into seeing how the website is going to be redone. So I think I got it all in. I might have missed something, but I look forward to speaking again with any of you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Evelyn, for your comments. Okay. I see that there are no other comments that have been received via Zoom. I also see that we have not received any comments that have been emailed to us. Okay. So if you are, oops, sorry, that should have come later, but I'll still do it. I'll still say it. If folks are watching right now and they would like to email a comment to us, please do so at safer@waterboards.ca.gov. And we'll wait a few minutes if you'd like, but if not, feel free to still email your comments and we will get back to you. So again, if there's any types of comments that you'd like to share, please send them to safer@waterboards.ca.gov. Our staff checks this email on a daily basis, and we make sure that it will be routed to the appropriate team member. Very good. Okay, well, we're going to go ahead and go on to our closing remarks and next steps. But before we do that, I want to make sure that folks know to hang on for a little bit. Apparently, the group picture that was taken earlier was not what we wanted. So we're gonna, Caroline, I'll ask Caroline to join in and step in as soon as we have our closing remarks so that she can get you all together to take another group photo. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and do the closing remarks and end the poll. And then after we do the poll, we'll take the photograph. Okay, so hang on. After the poll, let's take the photograph. All right, so before we adjourn, we'd like to get your feedback through a brief poll so we can continue improving these meetings. So Caroline's going to launch the first question. Caroline, can you do so? Launch the first question, poll question, please. Great. Okay, can everybody see the question? Okay, if you're not seeing the poll questions, please use the raise hand feature. For those who can see the poll questions, we will continue with the poll. For those who cannot see the poll, we have provided the poll in the chat for you to complete. So question 1, how satisfied are you with today's meeting? Please select only one response, and the response is either very satisfied, satisfied, somewhat satisfied, or not satisfied. So if you can please take the moment and select one of these choices, please. Okay. So it looks like folks are still working on it. So Caroline has informed me that all the questions are appear at the same time. So if you want to go ahead and scroll down to all of the questions. Please note that some of the questions have multiple choices. And the comments, the chat should also have these questions listed in the chat. Okay, it looks like we've got 12 of 19 folks who have participated. Let's get these other folks to participate. Okay, so it looks like we have 68% of folks who have participated, and I'm just going to go through them really quickly. In terms of the question number 1, how satisfied? Looks like most of you, at least 54%, were very satisfied with today's meeting, followed by 38% that were satisfied. Let me see. Maybe I'm looking. Yeah, okay, cool. And then, so for question number 2, it looks like the question, which of the following statements do you agree with? Looks like 92% of y'all understood the topics we discussed today. Another 92% felt comfortable participating in the meeting. Total of 69% thought this was a good use of your time. Another 62% said that this meeting shared useful information, and at least 69% of you thought the meeting's materials were easy to read and understand. For question number 3, in terms of where we can make improvements, again, these were multiple choices. 31% of you thought this meeting was great, was perfect. So 15% of you thought that we can improve on the presentations by water board staff. Another 38% thought we can improve on our meeting logistics and Zoom issues. Totally agree with you. 15% of you thought we can improve our communication before the meeting. And 8% of you thought our agenda and flow of meeting could improve. So again, we always have room for improvement, and I will have to say that technology isn't always a friend. So I really do appreciate the patience that you expressed, be shared with us. Like I said, during this challenging time with technology needs, we ask that you beat this with some sense of grace. But we again appreciate your flexibility. In regards to anything else we can like to share with the state water boards, that is something that it's an open-ended question that you all could also answer, and I don't have. Excuse me? Okay, so that being said, I do appreciate your time in this participating in today's meeting. And I'd like to close with that. Caroline, is there any last minute information you'd like to share? If not, we'll go ahead and stop. We'll go ahead and conclude the meeting. Okay. Do appreciate again your time. This concludes our SAFER Advisory Group meeting. However, we would like you to stay put. We're going to take a photograph. Yeah. Caroline, I'm going to hand this over to you. So again,
yes,
Carol.
Sorry, I just wanted to say, please put your videos on so I can take a picture, because the first time it didn't work as I wanted.
Okay.
And thank you for being here today. Thank you for your patience and all your comments. So I'm happy about it. So I have a big smile, and so I hope a big smile from you too. Hey, 1, 2, 3. And let me double check if I have it. Because before this, I don't want to leave you. Yes, I have it. Perfect. It worked this time.
Okay. Thank you so much. So this concludes our second SAFER Advisory Group meeting of 2023. Thank you for participating in today's discussion, and thank you all who provided comments. I also want to thank the State Water Safer team for organizing this meeting and for all the presenters. Thank you so much. We will see you again in a few months. Again, this will be in person, and we will be providing you with information regarding the next meeting. Thank you again, and any additional comments, please email them to us. Have a great day and have a wonderful Memorial Day weekend. Thanks,
Thank
folks.
you.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Gracias. Adiós.
Gracias.
Adiós. Gracias.
Gracias, Aldo. Mark.
Bye.